Stardew Valley expanded, Ridgeside Village, Adventurers Guild expanded, Return to Mineral Town, Cape Stardew, and a bunch of other mods that do a bunch of other things. I could list them all, but we would be here for quite a while if I did that. Long story short, I am truly pushing my laptop to the absolute limit with this playthrough, all for the sake of achieving 100% completion in super modded Stardew Valley. As always, any and all of the mods that are featured in this video can be found down below in the description. If you want to give any or all of them a try, by all means go ahead and do so. Without any further ado, let's get started. Day 1 begins with the usual activities, grabbing the parsnips, chopping down trees, and clearing away the weeds and random wood and stone. You may have noticed that I randomly speed up a bit while walking. Yeah, this isn't random. You see, I found a mod that gives you a pair of Heelys. Like actual Heelys, yeah, it's pretty cool. They give you a little speed boost when you press the spacebar. I thought it would be fun to give this mod a try. I mean, it's a pair of Heelys, so it automatically got my interest. But also, considering how many mods I have installed and how big the entire map is now, I think we need that speed boost. After chopping down more than enough trees to make a chest, I make a chest. And I toss most of my inventory into it. I then skedaddle over to the farm cave. If you've seen the Sunbury Village playthrough I did, you might recognize the mod I'm using here, the Legacy Cave mod. Basically, it makes the cave a lot bigger, and you can now find forage, different ores, and a weapon inside here. There's also a pool of water you can go into, and it will regenerate your energy. So overall, it's a very handy mod. It keeps things fresh, in my opinion. I leave the farm and immediately run into Lewis and Lenny. Lenny is the administrator of a lovely area called Ridgeside Village. So up here is the way to Ridgeside Village. It's a cable car, I think it's called. And Mineral Town, which is a different expansion mod, is off to the right. I shall explore both of these expansion mods as soon as I get some free time. For now, I head into town. The special orders board has been built. That's right, no more waiting until fall to unlock the whole special orders thing. I have found a mod that lets you access them from day 1. I take a look at the calendar and oh my goodness, what have I done to myself? There's a birthday on almost every single day, and there's multiple birthdays on quite a few days as well. The introductions quest says I have to say hello to 85 villagers. So yeah, not an easy task by any means. The shop here has received a bit of an upgrade, as well as every other shop in town thanks to the Shop Overhaul compilation mod. It adds a ton of items to the various shops here in Pelican Town, but they all make sense. What I mean by this is, like Pierre for example now sells sprinklers, scarecrows and different seeds. Right now the most important addition is mixed seeds. I've decided to install the remixed seeds mod, so anything can grow from them now. These are undoubtedly going to be the main thing I plant on the farm. So we won't have a lot of one particular crop, but we will have a few of every single crop in the game. Then in summer we'll narrow the range of crops down to, I don't know, 3 or 4, or maybe not. I might continue using mixed seeds as the main seed, I'm not sure, we'll see. I donate an item to the museum to secure a tasty 250 gold. Then I take a look at the special orders board. Lioness wants me to fish 20 pieces of trash out of the water here in town. I'll get the crafting recipe for fiber seeds if I can get this one done, so I shall complete it. I take a walk around the forest, eventually finding myself down at the south. I head left and I find myself in an even bigger forest. Plenty of forage items can be found inside here. I have found a 4-leaf clover, beautiful, and there's a forest sword here which is a decent enough weapon. That being said, it's definitely nowhere near as good as the Neptune's glaive I found in the Legacy Cave on the farm. I want to specifically highlight one mod right now, and that is the Chest Anywhere mod. It's a simple mod. It lets me open up a menu which shows me the contents of every chest I have. I can then take items out of them or put items into them. So if my inventory is full in one clip and empty in the very next clip, it means I used that mod to toss everything into a chest, despite not actually being anywhere near a chest. Speaking of mods, there is one I am really excited about in particular. I was chopping down trees when I noticed an eye flying around.
These are demon eyes, and they are an enemy from Terraria. A mod called Terraria Bosses adds them to the game. I defeat one and it drops 75 copper coins and a lens. The copper coins add 75 gold to my bank account. Lovely. It isn't a lot of money, sure, but it could come in handy if I need a couple hundred gold for anything in the future. I plant my mixed and parsnip seeds while defending myself from the eyes. Truth be told, I focused a lot more on the eyes than planting my croppy whoppies. We can make a very special item if we get 6 lenses. And on top of that, seeing 75 gold get added to my bank account gave me a little dopamine boost every single time. I was relaxing in my cave, regenerating my energy when I was attacked by an eye. Okay, right, that crosses a line. This is my own private domicile and I will not be harassed inside here. After much dilly-dallying, I managed to get everything planted and watered before the night comes to an end. A bunch of those eyes spawned in as it approached 2 AM, so on the one hand I got a decent chunk of money, but on the other hand it was kinda terrifying if I'm being honest. Clinton is here on the morning of day 2. Thanks to the copper ore I got in the farm cave yesterday, I have unlocked the crafting recipe for the furnace. I'm going to try to upgrade the pickaxe to copper before I even enter the mines on day 5. Let's not look ahead to the future too much, however, for that would take away the happiness we can feel in the present. Saying that, all I'm doing in the present is watering crops, so there's not much happiness to be found here if I'm being truthful with you all. Anywhomst, I make a furnace so I can begin smelting copper bars. Then I head off to the shop. I sell a few bits and bobs and spend all of my money on mixed seeds. 210 of them. As soon as I begin planting them, I realize I am in for the adventure of a lifetime. Albeit an adventure consisting solely of regret and remorse. Okay, I'm being dramatic. It's not that bad, honestly. Assuming I actually get them all planted, I might get very lazy and decide not to, but assuming I do get them all planted, it shouldn't take any longer than a couple of minutes to water them every single morning. I'm seeing basically every crop from the vanilla game growing right now. Parsnips, cauliflower, potatoes, strawberries, rhubarb, all of the good stuff, along with a few crops from the Stardew Valley expanded mod. In fact, now that I think about it, the only spring crop I don't see is garlic. I use 6 lenses to make that special item I was talking about, the suspicious looking eye. I use it and the boss monster of the mod spawns in, the Eye of Cthulhu. If you've played Terraria before, you might recognize this monster, in fact you probably do. I decide to use the forest sword instead of the Neptune's glaive. I don't mind using the Neptune's glaive on the little eyes, but it would feel a bit cheesy to use it on the boss. I end up paying dearly for this choice as I am swiftly knocked out. And the cherry on top of this horrible cake is that I lost the Neptune's glaive. Things get even worse when I return to my farm only to discover that the Eye of Cthulhu has decided it wants to stay here. And so I decide to do what I do best. I run away from danger as fast as my legs will carry me. I end up in Richside Village where I do a bit of a foraging run. I'm finding rich cherries, flowers, some very pretty items altogether. The special orders board has been built in the center of the village. I assume it's unlocked here because of the mod that unlocks the regular special orders board on day 1. There's also a bulletin board with jobs I can accept, again similar to the one in Pelican Town. The reason why there's more than one job here is because of the Help Wanted mod. That mod makes 5 or 6 jobs appear on the bulletin board every day, and you can accept as many of them as you want. It's a simple mod, but it keeps me busy on days where I might not have much to do. That just about wraps up today, I think. I kinda just walked around the place opening trash cans and having a jolly good time. Day 3 is a rainy day, which means the crops do not need to be watered. I plant around 70 more seeds, and again I'm seeing a nice variety of crops appearing here. It's going to be interesting harvesting everything and seeing what we can do with them all. Some of them we might even save and toss into a seed maker when we get a seed maker, which might take a while actually now that I think about it. I have to be level 9 in farming to get one of those, or to unlock the crafting recipe for it rather. I've been finding a lot of fruit inside the cave. I might be able to do the artisan bundle in the community center without actually planting any fruit tree saplings. That would be very handy for us. I meet William at the beach and he gives me the fishing rod. I make the executive decision to spend most of the day fishing. I really want to have a productive spring. These next 25 days, I believe, are pretty important. My goal is to get the farm set up with sprinklers and a barn and a coop. And ideally, I'll be able to get my axe and my pickaxe upgraded to iron quality. Then we should have a lot more freedom in summer to do whatever we please. And hopefully I'll be able to show off a bunch of different mods and what kind of effect they have on the game during that time period too. After finishing up today's fishing adventure, I turn my attention to the eyes on the farm for the remainder of the day. I get enough lenses to make the suspicious looking eye, so we'll have an opportunity at vengeance rather soon. I make 1,300 gold from fish and an artifact I found in the forest. I finally have enough copper bars to upgrade my pickaxe, so I send it to Clinton along with 2,000 gold. Thank you to the mail services mod for making that possible. Today is also a very special day. We are visiting Mineral Town for the very first time. I made a bit of a blunder as I approached the actual entrance to the town. I clicked on the machine at the bus stop and I was taken to the bus stop in Pelican Town. Lesson learned. Never do that again. After making my way back to the town of Mineral, I say hello to Thomas, the mayor of the town. Somebody named Zach is here too. Thomas would love to give me a tour of the place, but he's too busy apparently. I guess I'm just not important enough, maybe? Alright, I see how it is. Zach has very kindly offered to show me around the place instead. Up first we have the clinic. We shouldn't have to use this as long as we stay out of trouble. This does make me wonder if there's a mine system in the town. If there's a clinic here, then surely there's at least some area with monsters, right? We have the chapel run by Mr. Carter. The library is managed by Basil and Anna along with their daughter Marie. Next on the tour is Yodel Ranch. An older gentleman by the name of Barley runs the place along with his granddaughter, I don't know, May or Mai. I'm not sure what, I'm gonna say Mai. No, May, it's May. To the right of here is the beach. Zach lives over there with his roommate 1. Somebody named Kai can be found over there too, when he comes to town that is. So he isn't always here is what I'm hearing, just from time to time he'll pop up randomly. The shop here is run by Jeff, Sasha and Karen. Aja Winery is managed by Duke and his wife Mana. To our right is the mayor's office where the mayor of course and his son Harris live. Then to our left is the home of Granny Ellen. She lives there with Stu and Ellie. The tour is almost over, I promise. We'll get into more interesting things soon. We have the blacksmith owned by Cybera and his grandson Gray. If we were to go further south, we would enter the forest and find the home of Gotts. He is a carpenter. Finally, we have the Moonlight Inn. Doug and his daughter Anne own the place. And that is Mineral Town. Though I get the feeling there is a lot more to discover here. Zach is an interesting critter. That's all I'll say about this. I spend a bit of time walking around saying hello to everybody I come across. I can already tell it's going to take probably a dozen trips to this town for me to become familiar with the layout of everything. I'm liking it so far though. I feel like it works well with vanilla Stardew Valley. You know, it doesn't feel out of place. You can also buy something called Bebsy Cola. Bebsy Cola. I love that. My only complaint is that there's no cherry Bebsy. According to Stu, I have a weird name. Yeah, actually, you know what? I'll give him that one. That's fair enough considering my farmer's name is literally Neon Aries, which kind of stands out in a town full of Ellens and Anns and Stews. That's a fair point. I find myself in the top right of the map where I find a sort of hidden pathway. I go down it and I end up at a cliff. I can't really do anything here, but it is a nice view. The bad news is the time has gone past 4 PM, so we've been locked out of multiple shops and houses here. I'll have to come back here tomorrow and see what... Well, no, actually, the mines open up tomorrow. I might be busy with them. We'll see what happens. The Moonlight Inn is very similar to the saloon in Pelican Town, in the sense that a lot of people gather here at nighttime. I love this sort of thing in video games. A sort of community hub where you can find a bunch of villagers and different characters. I like that. I enter the blacksmith and unfortunately we have a bit of an issue. Gray and Cybera, I don't know if I'm saying that name correctly, but the two of these people are stuck. They aren't moving from the bottom right corner. I also can't enter the room to the right. I can kind of go in there, but I can't really do anything inside there, and if I move even an inch, I'm kicked back out of the place. I hope this won't be an issue in the future. Maybe I'll be able to fix it somehow. If I can't, then, best case scenario, there's nothing in there that I need to do to achieve perfection, or there's nothing important inside there. I feel like I've said this quite a few times already, but we'll just have to wait and see what happens. I have found something called blue grass. Okay, so at the very least, there are new forage items. There's also a little pool of water here, and I can regenerate my energy inside it. Cool. It looks like there is indeed a mine system, though I have no idea how to actually go inside it and get started. That's a bit of a mystery right now, unfortunately. I go left and find a random tent. From there, I go all the way up to the north. I find myself at another cliff. Okay, yeah, I think I'll be using this one for the thumbnail. I prefer this one for some reason. With all of that out of the way, I think it's time to wrap the day up. I walk around the area collecting forage and sort of just passing the time until I fall asleep at 2 o'clock in the morning. I did find this place, whatever it is. It isn't open right now, so I'll have to investigate it at some point during spring. I'm not going to say tomorrow because I feel like I'm going to end up in the mines tomorrow. I'm really liking how the farm is looking as we begin day 5. We have a bit of everything growing here right now, which is exactly what I wanted. So things are looking good. I decide I'll come back to the farm at the end of the day and water everything, rather than do it now. Instead, I walk through the forest. Down in the south, I find the entrance to what I believe is the Cape Stardew expansion mod. To the left is a bus area, so maybe when the bus is repaired, I'll be able to use it to go to the desert, mineral town, and this location. There's a lovely little house right here, and oh, hello, who are you? Aneta. She is one of the 2 NPCs in this mod. I read on the mod page that there is only 2 people included in this mod, so we found one of them, but where's the other? She moved here from a distant land with volcanoes, fields of lava, and black sand beaches. Is it just me, or does that sound like something out of Star Wars? There's a tide pool area, so that's a very handy way of getting coral, clams, yada yada yada. I utilized the Chest Anywhere mod to toss most of my items into a chest before entering a cave. Marlin is here. He does not recommend exploring this cave. I assume that's because I haven't even gone into the mines in Pelican Town, so yeah, that's understandable. I've also made the realization that I don't have my pickaxe. Clinton has it. So everything I said about going to the mines today is now off the table. I can't do that. It also means that even if I wanted to go inside here, despite what Marlon said, I can't. There's a boardwalk down here, neat. I accidentally found a spot where I can dive into the water. You know what, we might as well do a bit of exploring while we're here. I find a cliff with a cave. I'm not sure how to describe it. There are a ton of green mushrooms inside here. Bioluminescent mushrooms they're called. I interact with a shiny circle and I'm brought back to the cave I found Marlin inside. That was rude, I wasn't ready to leave yet. I return to the cliff cave thing and I find beach strawberries and rosa rugosas at the top of it. I decide to swim a bit further past this cliff. I don't really know how, but I've somehow ended up in the area at the bottom of the forest, and I'm gonna be honest, I'm stuck. I can't get out of the water or go back to the area with the cliff cave thing. I think me using the Heelys while I was in the water messed something up, and I literally can't get out of here. I'll see you tomorrow, I guess? In good news, I made a decent amount of money at the end of the day. Around 5,000 gold. The 2 beach strawberries sold for 500 gold each, an unexpected yet very pleasant surprise. The copper pickaxe has been acquired on day 6. I think it's time to explore the mines for the very first time. I've got the upgraded pickaxe and the forest sword, so the first 40 floors should be rather easy. My main goal is to collect a ton of copper ore so I can make sprinklers when I unlock the crafting recipe for them. Though we will have to wait longer than I anticipated to get farming experience points. Because I wasn't able to water my crops last night, because of the whole being stuck in the water for the entire day thing. Yeah, that threw a wrench in a lot of plans I had. Thankfully, today goes very smoothly. I find plenty of copper ore, quartz, coal, and items I need for the community center. I take a break from the mines to buy the first backpack upgrade and a few salads. I plop 2 more furnaces down at the farm, relax in the cave, and water my seeds. And that is it for today. Parsnips and carrots are ready for harvest on day 7, and I've just remembered I accepted a special order from Linus to fish up 20 pieces of trash. I've made basically 0 progress on that order, and today is the final day to do it. Normally I would go fishing up at the bathhouse area, but that's locked until summer, so I decided to go fishing inside the cave instead. It takes a few minutes, but eventually I've got all the trash I need. All I have to do now is put the trash into a dumpster, and that dumpster is up in the north, near the bathhouse, an area which, as I mentioned, I cannot enter until summer. Right, if we can all pretend none of that happened, and we just forget about that very, very humbling, very embarrassing mistake, that would be very nice. Thank you. I returned to the mines for the remainder of the day. I needed something to cheer me up after what happened, and this was the first thing that came to mind. I make it down to floor 26 before leaving. I return to my farm with plenty of time to water all of my croppy whoppies. A nice amount of forage has appeared in the cave on day 8. I think adding the Legacy Cave mod and the Healy's mod was the right choice. They're helping me quite a bit in a playthrough where I certainly need that help. Also, just to show you how many mods I have installed, here's what I'm dealing with. The video isn't frozen. No, that's genuinely what my game is like. Like, it will freeze for a few seconds multiple times every single day. Is it annoying? Sure. But I don't mind dealing with it. I'm having fun with this playthrough, so I can tolerate a few freezes every single day. It's not the worst thing in the world. I make it down to floor 40. Rather than keep going, I decide to go back to floor 15. I want to complete the bug eradication goal so I can get a weapon called the Insect Head. I've already made considerable progress on that goal, so it doesn't take very long to finish it. As soon as I've done so, I go and grab it in the Adventurers Guild. Marlin is now selling a few different bits and bobs, but the important ones for me are the rings. I saw an Iridium band being sold for 7,200 gold. I'm not entirely sure because it's been a while since I've used the shop overhaul compilation mod, but I think you get a discount in the shops depending on your friendship with the villager. So if we were to get 8 hearts with Marlin, we'd get a hefty discount. Like, it would go from 7,200 gold to like 3,000 gold. That big of a discount. So it's worth maxing out everyone's friendship just for that discount alone. Right now I'm prioritizing Marlin and William. Marlin for his shop, of course, and William because that is how we get to Ginger Island. That's right, we don't have to do the community center or the Jojo route, no. We have to get William to 8 hearts of friendship, which ironically could take longer than completing the community center if I don't work on his friendship every day. I might have made a mistake. We'll see what happens. I decide to take on the Eye of Cthulhu once again. I'm hoping the Insect Head will make a difference. Like a very big difference, because I got annihilated by this monster last time. This was a very close battle, and I genuinely didn't know which way it was going to go for the longest time. I simply swung my weapon, ate almost every salad I had, and used my slingshot to hit it with stone. In the end, I had to admit defeat. I run into my house and I go to bed. I make my way down to Cape Stardew on the morning of day 9. I feel like I can defeat the Eye of Cthulhu, maybe if I use copper ore with the slingshot, and maybe get a better weapon. The Insect Head is good, but not quite good enough for that monster, I feel. Anyway, I entered the cave where I met Marlin the other day, and something inside here talks to me. If I can bring them a maple tree seed, a common mushroom, and blue jazz, they will illuminate the path ahead. Say no more, mysterious voice. I shall get those items for you. I actually already have 2 of those items. I just have to plant a blue jazz and we're sorted. I'm not going to wait until the path ahead has been illuminated, as the thing in the cave put it. I'm going into the mines anyway. I can tell immediately this won't be easy. There are serpents. Thankfully, they don't seem to be as tough as the ones in the Skull Caverns. I got Void Essence from them and Solar Essence from a ghost. I also found a gold bar in a chest, and a gold bar in another chest, and a gold bar in another. You get the point. I mean, it was okay for the first minute or so, but yeah, it got considerably more difficult. There are serpents, big slimes, magical skeletons, and worst of all, squids. I didn't realize it in the moment, but they hit me with a debuff, so I started doing 1 damage. Yeah, looking at this footage and writing the script, now everything makes sense. I was wondering why I felt like I wasn't doing any damage to them. I had a feeling that things weren't going to get any better, so I ran away. I'm doing a lot of running away. This has been a very humbling experience so far, I must say. To make myself feel better, I spend the rest of the day in the mines. I'm a lot more confident inside here than anywhere else. I make it down to floor 60 and eventually pass out on floor 65. I water my crops as soon as day 10 begins. I've missed a couple of days now, so I really can't afford to not water them anymore. I've also realized it's day 10 and I have yet to watch the cutscene where the community center is officially introduced. Oops. I quickly do so. I go through the usual conversation with Lewis. The community center has been abandoned, he's very upset about it, but of course he won't actually do anything to fix it. Don't worry, Lewis, I'll handle it. The wizard wants ectoplasm. Now this one isn't too bad at all. And more importantly, I can actually turn it in at the end of the quest. I enter Georgia Mart where I buy a Georgia membership. Nah, I'm just kidding. I'm actually here to get a blue jazz seed. Don't worry, I'm not doing the Georgia route. Once again, I spend the remainder of the day in the mines. I make it down to floor 70 where I get the Master Slingshot. Ooh, wait a minute. This could be very useful for the Eye of Cthulhu. I get the Monster Compendium book, so enemies now have a chance to drop even more loot. And I get the Bone Sword, which is a lovely upgrade. I find a Fire Quartz on floor 82, which means I have everything I need for the Oh, I forgot. Hold on. I run over to the community center and read the Golden Scroll. Nice, that was close. If I hadn't read this, I wouldn't be able to donate items tomorrow. I'm really glad I remembered that at the very last moment. I harvest Kubla Carade on day 11. That's a couple of carrots in Irish. Just wanted to say that for some reason. I then do the sensible thing and water my crappie whoppies before doing anything else. I meet the wizard and learn the language of the Junimos. I can now begin donating items to the community center. Before I do that, however, I want to take a walk around town. Alright, I'm done. I complete the spring foraging bundle and... bit of an issue. I have to complete another bundle to unlock the boiler room bundles. I think I have everything I need for the crab pot bundle. Yes, I do. Okay, lovely. We're good. Never mind. False alarm. Everything's fine. Having access to not 1 but 2 beaches really did help with this bundle. And there's a third in Mineral Town, so I could have gone there today if I didn't have everything I need. But I did, so yeah. Anyhoomst, the entire boiler room has been taken care of, which means the minecart system will be up and running tomorrow. I sell the spring seeds I was given as a reward. I buy 2 cucumber, green bean, parsnip and tulip seeds. I reach floor 90 in the mines where I find the obsidian edge in a chest. I buy a few salads in the saloon and say hello to all of the villagers while I'm here. I spend the night taking on the little eyes. I don't spawn the boss monster tonight, but I have got enough lenses to make the suspicious looking eye. So I'll definitely be taking it on before day 14, I imagine. Parsnips have been harvested on day 12. Here is a look at the locations I can go to using the minecart. The community center, the forest, the cave on the farm, Mineral Town, a vineyard in the big forest. Not the forest in Vanilla Stardew where Marnie lives, no, the big forest is also on the list of locations I can travel to. I have just enough money to buy a rare seed from the traveling cart, so I do. At the risk of sounding like a broken record, I return to the mines. I find a star drop in a chest on floor 100. I don't really need to go any further right now. So instead of aiming for floor 120, I decide to go back to the farm instead. I equip gold ore to my slingshot and spawn the eye. I've got carrots, salads, and a purple mushroom for health, so I'm feeling very confident right now. My tactic is simple. Use the slingshot to hit the eye with gold ore. Then swap to the obsidian edge and whack it when it gets too close. I do enough damage for it to enter its second phase. I thought the fight would get more difficult from this point forward, but it didn't. I did my best to dodge its attacks and stay out of its way, and before I knew it, the fight was over. It dropped 74 Crimtane ore, 55 Demonite ore, and 3 gold coins. And I now have 30,000 gold. Okay, I had a feeling it might drop a new type of ore, but the 30,000 gold, I really did not see that coming. That feels like a lot of gold for the early game. I mean, I'll take it. I certainly won't say no to 30,000 gold, but I'm not going to start farming the boss monster. As in, I'm not going to spawn it in 10 times a day for the next 20 days and make 6 million gold from it. At most, I'll spawn it in a couple more times during spring. I've also tossed the new ores into a furnace, and I've sent my axe to Clinton so he can upgrade it to copper. It takes maybe a minute for the Crimtane ore to be smelted into bars. After getting them, I toss them into the shipping bin. The crafting recipe for sprinklers has been unlocked, and I've earned, 57,000 gold. Okay. Wow, okay. It turns out one Crimtane bar sells for 3,900 gold, and a Demonite bar sells for 3,000 gold. My goodness, okay. I'm kinda shocked right now, but I'm also very excited to spend that money, so let's not dilly-dally. Demetrius is here on day 13. He wants to know whether I want to have mushrooms or fruit spawn in the cave on the farm. Considering fruit already shows up inside there, I might as well go for the mushrooms. The egg festival takes place today. The urge to buy 800 strawberry seeds is overwhelming. I'm not going to, but my oh my was I tempted. All of the villagers from Ridgeside Village, I believe, are up here. That's cool. I like when a mod adds the villagers to the festivals. It makes them feel like they're part of the core game as opposed to like their own separate entity, I guess. This is also the perfect opportunity for me to introduce myself to like 40 new people. So excuse me for a moment while I do so. The main event of the day, the egg hunt, begins, and I come in first place. Clinton has sent me the copper axe on day 14. I send it right back to him to be upgraded once again. I make 30 normal sprinklers. Ordinarily, I wouldn't even bother with this type of sprinkler. I would wait until I unlock quality sprinklers, but I'm curious as to what the immersive sprinklers mod does. Okay, so a sprinkler doesn't need its own space in the ground all to itself. You can put it down on top of a crop. It also looks like the area that gets watered has been changed. Usually it would water a crop above, below, to the left and to the right of the sprinkler, but now it waters a 2x2 area around it. It waters the same amount of crops, but it's more convenient than watering like one above, one below, one left, one right. It just makes more sense. I wish this was how the vanilla one functioned. Like I said, I usually don't bother making this type of sprinkler, so me wanting to make even more of this type, that means this mod is a game changer. For me anyway, it's a game changer. I buy hundreds of wood from Robin and ask her to build a barn on the farm. Some wonderful items have been added to her shop. Kegs, preserve jars, hardwood, garden pots, so many nice items. I feel like I'll be buying quite a few kegs when I get a little coffee farm going, but for now I'm gonna pass on these items. Annetta wants a diamond. If I remember to send her one, then that's going to be an easy 2,000 gold. I want to cover the entire field of crops, so I decide to buy 50 sprinklers. That cost 25,000 gold, but it'll be worth it if it means not having to water any crops anymore. I buy 100 parsnips and spend the rest of the day in the mines. I completely forgot, the wizard wants ectoplasm as part of a special order. Today is the final day, so I basically have to do it right now. Thankfully, a ghost drops the ectoplasm at around 7:30 PM. So I've got plenty of time to skedaddle over to the wizard's tower and give him this magical item. In a perfect world, I would receive the crafting recipe for Monster Musk as a reward. But this world is not perfect, and I will not receive the Monster Musk. You see, the reward for this order is the crafting recipe for the mini obelisk. Back on the farm, the eyes were very determined to not let me place all of the sprinklers I bought today, but I managed to get it done despite these monsters. So, take that, eyes. The crafting recipe for the butter churner has been unlocked. Neat. I place a couple more sprinklers on day 15. There was a column of crops not being watered, but we're good now. That's been fixed. The crafting recipe for the mini obelisk has been received. Thank you, I guess. In rather good news, it is finally salmonberry season. I don't need them for energy because I have carrots, but I'm sure there's at least a couple of cooking recipes that require salmonberries. I'm gonna collect at least, we'll say, 30 of them during these next 3 days, just to be safe. I do a bit of foraging in the bus area down at Cape Stardew before entering the cave. I pick up a dried starfish and enter the mines. The first area isn't bad at all, for the most part anyway. The serpent is terrifying, but it's mainly the idea of the serpent. In reality, it doesn't pose too much of a threat. The big problem right now is this pirate ghost monster thing. I'm not sure what it is exactly, but it has a lot of health and it packs quite the punch. I gallivant around the forest, collecting forage before using the minecart to get to Mineral Town. Thomas is talking to somebody named Nami. He gives her the same speech he gave me, except with one big difference. He's actually offering to give her a tour of the town himself. I feel tremendously insulted right now. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Nami declines his offer to give her a tour. Nice. Unfortunately, the issue I was having in the blacksmith is still happening. The two people are stuck in the corner and I can't go inside the other room. I'm not too worried about this right now, though I probably should do a bit of research and see if I can fix it. But I'm lazy, so I probably won't. I head to the southwest of the area where I find a house. I go inside and I'm not sure what this is. I believe this mod is based on a Harvest Moon game, which I've never played, any of them. So I'm assuming maybe these characters are based on characters from one of those games, perhaps? I enter the Adventurers Guild and say hello to Marlin. He invites me to officially join the guild. So of course, I accept the invitation. I give him a carrot, you're welcome. I now have one whole heart of friendship with him. That Iridium band has gone from costing 7,200 gold down to 6,000 gold. That's a discount of 1,200 gold right there. You know what? I'm gonna buy one. In what I suppose is even more good news, I can now defeat the eyes in 2 hits. Green beans, strawberries, and potatoes are all ready for harvest on day 16. The most important one here is strawberries. They'll be a really good source of energy for a while at least. I've made a couple of scarecrows, so I plop them down. I don't know if they cover a larger area now, but thanks to the immersive scarecrow mod, I can now see the entire area they do cover. And just like the sprinklers, they don't go down in like their own separate space, they go down on top of the crops. The iron axe has been obtained, lovely. I head up to Richside Village where I encounter a kiwi. It does a backflip and disappears. I think the last time I was in Ridgeside Village was on day 2, so it's been a while. I checked the special orders board. Lenny wants me to collect 120 pieces of trash. I want to redeem myself for the Linus order. You know, the order I completed but couldn't actually complete because I haven't unlocked the area where you turn in the order. Yeah, that was embarrassing, so I want to make up for that. And also, can we go back to not mentioning it anymore? I know I've brought it up here. I don't know why I shouldn't have. I'm gonna shut up. I find myself in the Nightingale Orchard shop. Nobody is here. I'm not certain, but I think the shop attendant arrived during summer. So I have to wait another 12 days to buy anything here. We have Heap's General Store. No crops are being sold, but there are quite a few different fertilizers. I might buy Deluxe Speed Grow at some point. That stuff would help a lot, especially considering some of our crops can take literal weeks to grow. Actually, on second thought, I've convinced myself I'm gonna buy like loads of that stuff right now. I need it. I go north where I find myself in a mountain area. Somebody named Geo is here. They don't seem too happy to be speaking with me. They make it a little obvious that I'm basically a massive inconvenience. However, they are surprised and maybe a little impressed that I can see the true shape of their ears. Somebody named the Seer uses magic to disguise Geo's ears and makes them look like a human's. Ordinarily, a human wouldn't be able to see through the disguise, see through the magic. But I can. I collect all of the forage I find in this area before using my axe to chop down a log. This opens up a new area. I go into that new location and meet Geo once again. Hello, long time no see. He warns me that the barrier preventing monsters from entering Ridgeside Village ends here. If I take even one step further, I will encounter dangerous enemies. Without me even saying anything, he can tell that I'm going to be exploring this place despite that. He wants me to meet him at his cabin so we can talk business. That sounds wonderful, and I will indeed go to your cabin. In like 4 or 5 business days. I'm way too busy walking around this mountain right now. I don't find anything special, just the typical forage items you can find in Ridgeside Village. Then, a tragedy happens. I make the absolutely disgusting realization that a monster here can hit me with the nauseated debuff. I get knocked out shortly after being hit. The nauseated debuff is without a doubt my least favorite thing in the entire game. I legitimately despise that debuff. If you don't know what it does, you can't eat or drink anything for around 2 minutes because of it. It sucks. Like, I'm not exaggerating here. It is the worst thing in the entire game. I would put it on the same level as when you're looking for the tropical curry cooking recipe, and Gus just refuses to go to Ginger Island and sell you that cooking recipe. That's how bad this is. If you have no energy and you've been hit with this debuff, you're locked out of a lot of things for like 2 minutes. Like, it actively prevents you from playing the game. I could talk all day about how much I don't like the nauseated thing, but we have a cutscene to discuss, so let's move on. It is time to begin exploring the wonderful world of the Adventurers Guild Expanded mod. I meet Robin and Marlin in the guild. They are discussing a potential expansion of the place. A physical expansion, I mean. Robin is shocked to learn that I am a member of the guild. But that is a small piece of news in the ocean of the real important information. Robin can and will add on to this building. However, she needs 600 pieces of wood, okay, 500 pieces of stone, alright, and 500,000 gold. Oh no. It looks like all hope is already lost. The Adventurers Guild will not be expanded. That is until we use our heads and come up with a solution. We decide that Marlin and his team will gather all of the stone. I shall get the wood, which I already have, and the wizard will pay the 500,000 gold. Yeah, the wizard is here too. He just kind of spawned in, so that was very good timing. After the cutscene, I can't do much right now because of the you know what. I wanted to give the 600 wood to Robin, but she isn't in her shop. Where is she? Oh, wait, that's right. Today is Tuesday, so she's at Caroline's gym class. Oh, wait, no, she isn't. She's on my farm. I asked her to build a barn, I think it was. Okay, well, there's my answer. I am all over the place. I don't know what I'm doing. I did not think I would get this far. I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah. I go down a path I found at the bus stop and I find myself in this area. I chop down 2 tree stumps to gain access to an old abandoned shed. I'm not able to do anything with it right now, so we'll have to wait and see what happens here in the future. I'm not entirely sure what I want to spend the rest of the night doing yet. So I talk to many villagers to earn some tasty friendship points. I grab a prize ticket, trade it for carrots, and plant the carrots. I put Deluxe Speed Grow on very specific crops. I try to target anything that isn't parsnips, carrots, basically only crops that take longer than 7 days to grow. That's what I'm aiming for here. I spend a bit of time defeating the eye monsters, make a suspicious looking eye, and summon the Eye of Cthulhu. The battle goes about as smoothly as the previous one. I did defeat it during the previous battle, didn't I? I know I failed a few times, but I think what I'm trying to say here is that this fight went as well as the last one. I won again is what I'm trying. I'm complicating this so much. I defeated the Eye of Cthulhu is what I'm trying to say. I get the same rewards as last time. 30,000 gold and Crimtane and Demonite ore. I send my pickaxe to Clinton just before the day comes to an end. Day 17 begins with a visit from Robin. Remember that old shed I went into yesterday? She wants to check the place out and see if she can fix it. And so off we go. She takes a look around the shed and eventually comes to the conclusion that she can indeed make the place look as good as new. She's going to need a number of materials in order to do so I have to visit her at some point today to find out exactly what she needs from me. I spend a bit of time gathering hardwood with my brand new iron axe before heading up to Robin's. She will need 150 hardwood, 600 stone, 50 iron bars, and 20 battery packs. Yeah, it's gonna be a while before I get this done. I guess the bottleneck here is the battery packs. If I really wanted to, I could absolutely get everything else right now, but I need to wait until a storm happens if I want to get battery packs. I asked Robin to build a barn on the farm. This was a mistake. I thought I had already asked Robin to build a coop. I did not. I asked her to build a barn before, so I have had her build a second one for literally no reason. Somebody put me in a pond because I am a silly goose. I gave Robin the axe she lost before turning my attention to the order I accepted from Lenny. I buy a fiberglass rod and a lot of bait. William's shop now has some very exciting items. Dishes that increase my fishing level, items you can get from crab pots, a recycling machine, interesting stuff right here. I checked the calendar and I discovered that it is Philip's birthday. I can use the Look Up Anything mod to find out what item he loves. Then I can send that item to him using the mailbox. I'm gonna do this every day for every villager from now on. I spend the remainder of the day fishing in the cave. It's going to take 3 days, I imagine, to get all 120 pieces of trash. Thankfully, I can't get fish, seaweed, or algae inside here. Literally all I can get inside here is trash. So this is definitely the best place to do this order. Robin is here again on day 18. She's just giving an update on the whole guild expansion thing. She'll be finished by tomorrow and she has 1000 gold to give me. It turns out that the materials she had to buy cost a lot less than the 500,000 gold that the wizard gave her. He told her to give me 1000 gold as a bit of compensation for the wood I collected. I'll take it, thank you. The iron pickaxe has been obtained. I might try to get this up to gold before spring comes to an end. In the meantime, the axe is getting upgraded to gold quality. I harvest a few parsnips, during which I send one to Pamela for her birthday. I've also picked up a coffee bean, so I'm gonna plant any and all of these. If I can get 40 or 50 of them producing coffee beans at the same time, we'll have a decent boost to our movement speed for the foreseeable future. I have everything I need for the spirit in the cave in Cape Stardew, so I head down there, enter the cave, and hand over the 3 items. I have received 5 gold ore. Alright, thank you? This isn't the first time I've come into the mines here, but this is definitely the first time I can actually see what I'm doing inside here properly, I mean. The pirate I mentioned before is back here again. Oh, no wonder it takes so long to defeat this enemy. It has 2200 health, so that isn't good, like, at all. It's going to take a while to defeat any and all of these pirate monsters I come across. What is good, however, is the serpent can drop spicy eels, and the crab monster can drop crab cakes, both of which give me a speed boost. Overall, the enemies aren't difficult. Area number 2 is very kind, although I don't think I can call it Area 2. It's more like a very relaxed zone between Area 1 and Area 2. The official Area 2 it's better than when I first came in here a few days ago, until I get to the squid monsters again. That debuff that has a horrible effect on the damage I do, it gets me every time. This time, however, I have a counter to it. The Master Slingshot with Crimtane Ore. It does a lot of damage to the squid. Of course, I didn't realize that the debuff had worn off, so any weapon I have would have done a lot of damage to them. I guess, depending on how you look at it, I may have wasted Crimtane Ore. Oops. After defeating all of the enemies, I open up every chest. Once again, I get gold bar after gold bar after gold bar. I enter the next area where I find a monster compendium. I already read this book, so I can either sell it for 2000 gold or read it to get some combat experience. I jump into the water and swim down to get to this area. Then I go further down to get to this area. There's a gold key and 2 enemies. I want that key, but they took it and ran away. I follow them and ooh, what do we have here? I can donate a nautilus shell, a coral, and a frozen tear. The good news is I have a coral and a frozen tear. The bad news is the nautilus shell spawns on the beach during winter. So I either have to wait until then or hope I can get it in the traveling cart. Or maybe get it some other way that I don't know about yet. After donating the 2 items, I head left and nope, no, not dealing with this. There is no way the green ghost here won't hit me with the nauseated debuff. I don't trust it. I'm gonna get that debuff, I just know I am. I feel like getting hit with that debuff inside here is a guaranteed trip to the clinic. I go back to the previous area where I go across to the other side. This isn't too bad. I'm finding artifact spots, gold ore, gems, this is cool. Then I encounter a pirate and a skeleton. Maybe they're the same ones I saw in that cutscene with the gold key? I don't like whatever this is, the miss thing, where I swing my sword and I've got like a 10% chance of hitting them. No joke, I'm missing 9 out of 10 swings. I really can't be bothered dealing with that. So I'm just gonna go ahead and break this boulder here to get down to the next floor. Now you may be wondering, how did I know I had to break that boulder to get down to the next area? I didn't. It was blue and I had never seen a blue boulder before. So I thought it would give me iridium ore or a prismatic shard if I broke it. It did not, but I suppose it worked out for the better considering it brought me down to a new location. I slowly make my way down this corridor where I find a note. January 15th, 1800 and something. I found a hidden gem today. Will I do an accent? I'm gonna do it. I found a hidden gem today. Me ship barely escaped enemy pirates, and I sought refuge in a cavern deep beneath the sea. By the moon's light I ventured in, guided by a flickering torch. The scent of salt filled the air, and the cavern whispered secrets untold. Treasure lay before me, gold, silver, and gems. But a cold wind warned of misfortune. With the king's fleet on our tail, I hid me plunder behind a rock wall. If I don't return, the mightiest pickaxe will be needed to claim me prize. Signed, Captain Siren. Now I know what you're all thinking, and I agree. Somebody, please put me in the West End immediately. Right, okay, I want whatever treasure he hid in that room. Let's go get it? I go all the way to the east, and from there I go up into a new room. There was a group of enemies here, and I tried to fight them, but I knew I would be knocked out if I kept going. So I came up with a different plan. Avoid the enemies entirely. Use a bomb to blow up that mystic node and hopefully get a prismatic shard. Then run up to the door, open it, and grab what I assume is the treasure that lies behind that door. Alright, let's do this. I got hit by enemies multiple times. I did not get a prismatic shard, the door wouldn't open, and I got knocked out. I, for one, cannot believe the audacity of Harvey to charge me 1000 gold and leave my health and energy at the very bare minimum. Anyway, yeah, that's it for today. Not a good way to end the day, but what can you do? Marlin has sent me a letter on day 19. Robin has finished working on the guild, and Marlin has invited people from Zuzu City to stay in the building. I'm gonna check the place out today, but first I have many crops to harvest. Cauliflower, slimeberries, salal this is very good. In particular, I want to highlight the salal. They are amazing for energy, and they're exactly like strawberries. It isn't like a plant a seed, grow the crop, harvest the crop, plant a new seed. No, nothing like that. You keep harvesting from the one seed you plant. Marlin loves the slimeberry, so that will help a lot with working on his friendship. Speaking of Marlin, I wanted to pay him a visit in the guild, but I'm too early, so I can't enter the building. You know what, that's okay. I'm sure I can find something to keep me occupied in the meantime. I feel like it's been a while since I've been to Mineral Town, so I'm gonna spend this time exploring the place a bit more. I say hi to everybody I come across, eventually finding myself in the shop. Jeff and Sasha run the shop along with their daughter Karen. Karen has a lot of questions for me. So many questions, in fact, that her parents eventually feel the need to tell her to leave me alone. I take a look at the items being sold here. A chocolate bar, miso, butter, scarecrows, garlic seeds. Ooh, wait, garlic seeds? Yoink, give me 25 of those, please. The two characters in the blacksmith are no longer stuck in the corner. Unfortunately, I can't go any further in that one room. That hasn't fixed itself yet. I say hello to Barley at the Yodel Ranch before going to the beach for the first time. I enter the first building I see and it's a shop of some kind. Food is being sold. That snow cone is really good actually. 250 gold for an item that gives 200 energy and 90 health? I'm gonna keep that in mind. That could be very useful. I think that's better than salads. I can't use gold to buy any items inside here. He only accepts 1 tickets. I want that sapling. I'm gonna have to figure out how to get those tickets. And that about covers the main areas I went to in Mineral Town today. There is a lighthouse down here. It's cool, but I don't think I can do anything with it. I can't go inside there, not yet anyway. Maybe I'll be able to do so in the future? There's a tide pool area with the usual tide pool forage, and yellow grass, which is new. And with that, I think I'm done with this town for now. So off to the guild I go. Marlin's nephew, Gabriel, has come to town. One of the new rooms that has been built is the research wing. Gabriel is going to be working inside there. He wants to investigate what sounds like every type of monster. I'm sure we'll be able to lend a hand somehow. Another new character is here. Zinnia has arrived. She ran into the room and kinda knocked me over. Gabriel wasn't happy about that and kinda gave out to her. Dude, it's all good, it really isn't that serious. Zinnia is Marlin's niece, which means Gabriel is her brother. She will also be moving into the guild. I speak with Gabriel inside the monster research wing. He has a quest for me. I have to defeat 20 green slimes and observe them in their natural habitat. I don't know about the whole observing thing, but I can certainly defeat a few of them for you. I take a look around the place before leaving. It's pretty cool. I imagine more people are going to move in and the rooms will start filling up as I complete jobs and missions and quests. I give a slime berry to Marlin and quickly defeat 20 green slimes. I got something called a slime gem while I was doing this. I've never seen this before, so it has to be from the Adventurers Guild Expanded mod. I return to Gabriel and tell him about my adventure today. He's very interested in the slime gem I found. He too has never seen one before. He's going to spend the entire day researching it and will get in contact tomorrow with any information he finds out about it. I take it easy for the remainder of the day. I plant crappie whoppies and go fishing in the cave to make some more progress on the special order to get trash. Gabriel is here on day 20. He did not get any sleep whatsoever last night. He was too busy looking into the slime gem I gave him. The gem has some kind of magic energy inside it. If we can find a way to power up that energy, we might be able to learn more about the slimes. We can use an item called the Slime Soul to potentially power up the slime gem. In order to make a slime soul, I have to combine 10 slime gems with a life essence. Gabriel gives me the crafting recipe for the slime soul and the life essence before leaving. If I want to go any further with the Guild Expanded mod, I'll have to make both of these items. The gold axe has been obtained, wonderful. I've also harvested salal berries, coffee beans, joja veggies, among other crops. This is also the morning where I realized I had asked Robin to build a second barn rather than a coop. I felt very, very silly when I realized what I had done. I would very much like to finish off that special order if I can, so I spend almost the entire day fishing. Here is a look at the 2 crafting recipes Gabriel gave me this morning. The slime soul requires 10 slime gems and a life essence, which we already knew thanks to Gabriel telling us about it. The life essence requires a diamond, a purple mushroom, and a star fruit. Okay, so we have to wait until summer to make that item. Or I could unlock the bus to the desert, then I can buy starfruit in Sandy's shop and plant the seed in the cave here. I can do that because the ground inside the legacy cave functions the same as the greenhouse, so I can plant anything I want inside here. With a heavy heart, I demolish one of the barns. Then I ask Robin to build a coop. And this time I actually do ask her to, build a coop, not a third barn. I buy a drink, which I'm going to give to Shane for his birthday, and I say hello to everybody in the saloon. This is easy friendship points, thanks to the part of the community mod. That mod gives you bonus friendship points for talking to a villager in front of another villager, as well as attending festivals, putting new items in the shipping bin, and completing bundles in the community center. I decide to buy 25 of every crop that's being sold in Joja Mart. I'm not in any rush to complete the shipping collection or make cooking recipes. I'm thinking more along the lines of having items to give to villagers, and I feel like crops are a safe bet. I spend the night planting my crops. I hit level 6 in farming. I have unlocked the crafting recipe for quality sprinklers and the crafting recipe for quality sprinklers. Allow me to explain. So here we are on day 21, and we have the original quality sprinkler in the crafting menu. Iron bar, gold bar, refined quartz. Same as always, no changes. But if we go down to the bottom of the crafting menu, there is a new way to make the quality sprinkler. I need a normal sprinkler, a gold bar, and refined quartz. Pretty cool, right? Instead of not using that original sprinkler anymore, I can upgrade it to a quality one. This is something that I think should be in vanilla Stardew Valley. It gives you more of an incentive to make the normal sprinklers in the first place. I mean, I don't know about you, but I almost always ignore that first sprinkler. Instead, I save my iron bars for quality sprinklers. So the upgrade sprinklers mod has already changed the way I play. I genuinely can't remember the last time I made a normal sprinkler. I was hoping to find a Nautilus shell in the traveling cart, but I did not. I did get a rare seed, however. I use my axe to chop down a tree log, gaining access to the secret woods. This area is a lot bigger than in vanilla Stardew thanks to the Stardew Valley expanded mod. It feels good to just walk around here. It's peaceful, in a way, and you can find new forage items inside here too. So it's a bit of a win-win. I go south where I break another tree log. Now I can access the big forest from the secret woods. On top of that, there's a minecart in the secret woods. Things are getting better and better, they really, really are. I send a gift, or 2, or 3, or 10, before making a total of 14 quality sprinklers. I placed them down on the first floor in the cave. Cauliflower, cucumber, green bean, and a rare seed have all been planted. I sprinkled deluxe speed grow on top of them so they'll grow just a bit faster. I spend the day watering my crops and fishing for trash. Day 22 begins with the routine task of harvesting a wide variety of croppy whoppies. Then it's off to the community garden where I have a conversation with Leah. She has grown green beans and gives me one. Thank you very much. Linus wants me to get 20 pieces of trash. I won't lie, I almost accepted that order again. But thankfully I remembered at the very, very last moment that I still can't complete it. So I opt for Demetrius's order instead. I have to catch 10 largemouth bass. I finished collecting all 120 pieces of trash yesterday, so Lenny's order has been completed. And I'm pretty sure this is my reward. The town centre in Ridgeside Village has received a bit of a makeover. I gotta say, it looks absolutely sterling. I say hello to Sean and give him a green bean for his birthday. Then I accept a new order. A villager named Pika, who is essentially the chef here in the village, has a request for me. There's a bit of an issue though. I need 10 cherry pluots and 10 mountain plum cots. I'm fairly certain at least one of those items, if not both of them, come from tree saplings, which I can't buy until summer. So unfortunately, I'm locked out of this special order. But hey, I mean, that's what happens when you have the special orders board unlocked from day one. It's to be expected, I suppose. I go north into the area I met Geo in that one time. I introduce myself to both Daya and Kiara before doing a teeny bit of foraging. Then I enter a house I found. Geo is here with Daya. I'll condense this conversation down because it was quite lengthy, but the majority of the conversation consisted of Daya being a bit of a scallywag. Basically, Daya was given a list of jobs for me to do. The seer gave her that list. I guess these jobs are a way of deciding whether I'm worthy of being given more responsibilities. If I get them all done, fantastic, we can take on more difficult jobs in the future. If I fail, well, that wouldn't be good. For anybody involved, I imagine. I need to find 25 mountain mist blooms and a few other items. I've played through the Ridgeside Village mod before, so I know how to get all of these items. Mountain mist blooms, they can only spawn up in the mountains when it's raining. Oh, and there's one monster that drops mountain mist blooms when you defeat it, so that's a second way of getting this item. As for the other items, I think all of them are found in the mountains, but I do know for a fact it has to be raining for most of them to spawn. So how quickly we can get everything we need depends entirely on the weather. It isn't raining today, but I might as well take a walk around the place anyway. I find two of the items that Daya wants me to get. The inked fossil and silver fish bones. Then a disaster happens. I tried to eat a salalberry because I was running a bit low on health, but I cannot eat a salalberry because I have been hit with the nauseated debuff. I run around the place trying to avoid enemies while searching for forage items and different goodies. It goes well for around a minute and then I get knocked out. Now, if I really wanted to, I could have left before being knocked out. Or at least I could have tried to get to the exit, but I got a bit too confident and I certainly paid the price for it. I was really close to defeating this big monster here, but a bunch of other enemies snuck up on me. This is when I was knocked out. I wake up inside Paula's clinic. I pay her 500 gold to refill my health. Then I go back to the mountains. This wasn't a very sensible choice, but I feel like I'm fully capable of defeating that big serpent monster. It's kinda like I had to prove to myself that I could do it. It drops 7 mountain mist blooms. With that taken care of, I think it's time to reach floor 120 in the mines. Now there isn't a lot of time left today, but I do manage to make it down to floor 108 before the night comes to an end. Garlic has been harvested on day 23 along with the usual crops. I'm at the point where I have at least one item that everybody loves. So as long as I keep sending items to people, friendships won't be an issue. The majority of the day is spent fishing. I've caught 6 largemouth bass by 7 PM. I'm happy with that. I just have to catch 4 more before day 29. Largemouth bass don't spawn after 7 PM, so I return to the mines for the rest of the day. I make it down to floor 110, then floor 115. At this point it's around 1 in the morning. I've got maybe a minute left at the most, so I make 5 staircases and use them to get down to floor 120. The skull key has been obtained. As we begin day 24, I just want to say, shout out to these mixed seeds. Watching them sprout into different crops has been a bit like opening presents on Christmas Day. And while I'm at it, shout out to the Legacy Cave too. It has been so satisfying getting all of these ores and gems. The Flower Festival takes place today. I spend a bit of time interacting with all of the villagers here. There's a new area with the people from Ridgeside Village. Again, that's a nice touch, I like that. I buy the Tub of Flowers crafting recipe and a rare crow. And that is it for today. Oh, and I made almost 50,000 gold from the Crimtane and Demonite bars. I asked Robin to build a shed on day 25. I'm going to turn it into sort of a storage area when it's completed. This is new, this room here in the museum. Interesting. The fishing shenanigans resume for the remainder of the day. A beautiful field of crops is waiting for me on day 26. Flowers, potatoes, kale, so many wonderful items are being harvested. I send my pickaxe to Clinton and buy 5 rare seeds from the traveling cart. I pay a visit to the shop in Mineral Town where I don't buy a single thing. I'm not sure why I came here, to be honest. William is here on the farm. He lets me know that I should go fishing in a place called Shearwater Bridge. I will absolutely go there and do that during these next however many days it takes to achieve perfection in this whole playthrough. I'm not going to do it anytime soon, is what I'm trying to say. I'm too busy for fishing. I enter the shop in Ridgeside Village where I buy Deluxe Speed Grow. Yeah, I won't lie, this is why I went to Mineral Town. I thought Deluxe Speed Grow was being sold over there, but it isn't. So, yeah, there you go. I plant my rare seeds and spend the day chopping down trees. Andy has sent me strawberry seeds on day 27. Thank you, Andrew. It is raining, which is exactly what I've been waiting for. I run around the mountains here in Ridgeside Village, collecting mountain mist blooms and some more of the items that Daya wants me to find. I was even able to defeat the serpent while doing so. I have unfortunate news, however, as I am once again nauseated. I tried my best, but I was knocked out. And I lost all of my salal berries. Come on, why? It took me so long to get that many salal berries. It took me weeks. I needed those. Why? Luckily, I have gold quality salal berries, which should get me through today at least. I returned to the mountains determined to collect more of the items Daya wants. I'm gonna get knocked out. I can feel it. I just know I am. I'm tossing everything into a chest. I am not losing any more items. Also, just like I did with Harvey, can I just point out the absolute audacity of Paula to charge me 1000 gold to patch me up in the clinic, and then charge me another 500 gold to refill my health? I don't believe it. How rude. I defeat another serpent before finding a spirit in the right side of the area. She gives me the hollowed bear. I wanted to drop off the items I found, but the house is locked. Alright, well I guess I'm gonna go back to the mountains then. I am very much aware that I am pushing my luck here. In fact, I've been pushing my luck all day. But I really enjoy the adventure, combat, exploring aspect of mods, so I'm having a lot of fun despite the multiple setbacks. I have received the gold pickaxe on day 28, and I've replenished my supply of salal berries. I make my way over to the mines in Mineral Town. There's an iron pickaxe on the floor here, so I thought maybe I need to have at least an iron pickaxe to go into the mines. And I have a gold one now. But no, I can't enter the mines, so I'm lost here. I don't know how to go any further in this place. Maybe I can't. I hope I can, but I don't know. I'm sure we'll find out in the future, but I feel like we just can't go inside here for whatever reason. Annetta is here on the farm. She lost her sketchbook somewhere in the forest and wants me to find it. Oh my goodness, I've just discovered that I can trade my mountain mist blooms for a mist bloom soup. And it gets rid of the nauseated debuff. This right here is exactly what I've been waiting for, thank you. I drop off 6 items, leaving me with just 3 more to obtain. The entombed ring and the golden skull coral. If I'm remembering correctly, I have to defeat a certain enemy in the forest to get these 2. The final item is the lover's sorrow. I know exactly what I need to do for this one. I get this item from a spirit that appears in the mountains, but it only spawns on days that are a multiple of 3. So day 3, day 6, day 9, day 12, and so on and so forth. Which means the earliest I can get it at this point is the 3rd day of summer. I decide to go after the other 2 items. It takes a while, but eventually the enemy spawns in. This enemy has a lot of health and it does a ton of damage, so I really do need to be careful here. I'm hoping it's going to drop both of the items at the same time, and it does, along with a dinosaur egg. And that, finally, is the end of spring. Let's not waste any time, let's get right into summer. Day 29 begins with the harvesting of Joja berries. Now I'm not going to sell these berries, no. What I am going to do is keep them. Then, when I unlock the crafting recipe for the seed maker, I'm going to make that machine and toss all of them into it. Annetta has a special order for me. She wants me to get 5 things from the beach that she can eat and then give them to her. She's going to use them to make a special dish for the Luau festival. I mean, assuming I can give her fish for this order, then this should be a really easy one. If I can't, then I don't really know what else I can give her. I send gifts to the many, and I cannot stress this enough, many villagers. The important ones, of course, are Marlon and William. I sell a ton of crops, buy the 2nd backpack upgrade, and get insulted by Geo. Okay, rude. I buy a fancy scarf and a leather jacket inside this house here, and drop off 2 more items. Only 1 more remains. I do a bit of foraging up in the mountains. I stumble upon a hidden cave. I remember the last time I played Ridgeside Village, I couldn't figure out how to add items to this shop, so I'm gonna try to do that this time. Olga wants me to bring her 50 tea leaves and 100 coffee beans. The coffee beans I can do, but I'm not sure about the tea leaves. I forgot to go into the sunroom in Caroline's house during spring, so I don't have the crafting recipe for tea leaves, or tea saplings. I think Pierre might sell them now thanks to the shop overhaul mod. That might be an option if he does. In fact, it might be the only option I have. More foraging takes place before I sell a few items at the very last second. With almost 50,000 gold in my bank account, I head over to the community center. I donate a few items and donate 42,500 gold to complete the Vault Room bundles. I donate a few fish, complete the Spring Crops bundle, and make some progress on other bundles. I fixed the broken bridge over at the beach, which unlocks the tide pool area. I spend the remainder of the day fishing. I have something I need to admit on day 30. The caverns in Cape Stardew might just be my favorite thing about this entire playthrough. They're difficult, don't get me wrong, they are very difficult. But the rewards you get in there definitely match the difficulty, which is always nice to see in a game or a mod. It's nice to feel like you're being properly rewarded for the hard work you're putting in and, the difficult obstacles you're overcoming. Also, now that I have the Mist Bloom syrup, I can confidently take on the green ghost monsters. It goes very poorly. I run away from them and go through a doorway. I find myself back in the area I was just in. I think I have to donate a Nautilus shell if I want to go any further. There's no other way around this. I need to get that shell. I wanted to stay inside here regardless of that little revelation, but I got scared. So I ran away for the second time in under a minute. Right now I could really use a pick-me-up. And that is exactly what I get. Annetta shows me a boat belonging to Marlin. I can use it to get from the beach here at Cape Stardew all the way over to the other beach. You know, the one with William's shop, that one, the main one in Pelican Town. Don't mind if I do. Day 31 begins with a visit from Susan. She lives just north of Pelican Town, but she has been trapped there because a boulder had blocked the entrance from that area into Pelican Town. Joja finally destroyed the boulder, so she's only just now able to visit the town. Annetta is also here. She thanks me for the items I gave her and bestows a crafting recipe upon me. Apparently, Pierre will now have a couple new items in stock. I'll have to check that out. Here is the recipe she gave me. Revitality. It's a cooking recipe, I just realized. It's not a crafting recipe. I don't know why I said crafting recipe. Anyway. I don't recognize any of the ingredients needed to make it, but I'm sure I'll have a jolly good time getting my hands on them. I harvest cauliflower and cucumber in the cave, sell some items to Clinton, and ask him to upgrade my pickaxe. With the Vault Room bundles completed, the bus to the desert has been unlocked. I collect cactus fruit and coconuts and buy starfruit seeds. Ooh, I see a minecart. This is very good for us. This means I won't have to pay 500 gold to use the bus to get here. I plant my starfruit and take a walk around the forest and ridgeside. I was beginning to think the spirit wasn't going to show up today, but it did. And it gave me the last item I needed. I deliver it to the house. The game tells me to return here tomorrow to continue this storyline. It's time to do some fishing for the remainder of the day. I've hit level 9 in farming and unlocked some beautiful crafting recipes. The seed maker, both ways to make the iridium sprinklers, quality fertilizer, and the yarn spooler. The yarn spooler, what? Oh, I remember this. Yeah, it's from the Stardew Valley expanded mod. Okay, I remember it now. It is a stormy day on day 32, so I make lightning rods and place them on the ground. I've made 13 of them, so hopefully at least 10 of them will make a battery pack. I toss Joja berries and Salal berries into a seed maker. The Salal berries will be for energy, and the Joja berries are for, well, how do I put this? You can stop thinking about money if you've got enough of them growing. It is a bit of a relief. No, it's a massive relief when that happens, but it can take quite a while before getting to that point. I return to the house where I find a note on the front door. It tells me to return after 8 p.m. Perfect. On a day where it isn't raining. Oh, not perfect. Okay. I have to wait until tomorrow to go inside then. Alright, okay. I'm gonna spend all day in the big forest in that case. This is my happy place, and I could really do with some happiness right now. More Joja berries have been harvested on day 33. Wonderful, keep them coming please. And I've collected 11 battery packs. Today is already a phenomenal day, I must say. I plant more coffee beans in the cave and bump into Malaya and Kimpoa at the bus stop. Oh, I remember these people. Okay, so they live in the Nightingale Orchard over in Ridgeside Village. Kimpoa is very important because he sells fruit tree saplings in the shop they own together. I need to remember to grab those when the shop opens up for the first time. I'm not sure when that is, but I know it happens during summer, so yeah, I gotta remember that. That's important. It's off to Pierre the platypus. I take a moment to look at everything he's selling at this point. I'm assuming these cooking, why do I keep doing that? I'm assuming these cooking recipes and the items are the ones that Anetta mentioned. In other news, I've decided to buy the 50 tea leaves Olga wants. I ask Robin to build another shed and skedaddle through the caverns. I swim down to the area that leads to the green ghost monsters, but instead of going left into the room they're in, I go right. I go down a ladder and run as fast as I can through this corridor. The note I found here during spring said that somebody left their treasure behind the door, and I need an iridium pickaxe to get inside there. I didn't have an iridium pickaxe back then, but now I do. So let's do this. Right, so I took a wrong turn somewhere and I ended up in this area. I'm considering this to be a happy accident, however, because it contains some pretty crystals. The bad news is I can't break them, so I think they're just a decoration. I fall down a hole, landing in another new room. I find a ladder, go up it, and find myself in another new room. I really wish I was able to explain this better. I find a hat on the ground and immediately put it on my head. This is mine now. I fall through another hole and end up back in the room with the ladder. Well, that's a bit rude. I didn't want to come back here. I go back up the ladder and break a rock. It gives me a heart diamond. Ooh, I've never seen this before. Hello. This must be one of the gems I can donate to the museum. Remember we found a new room inside there at the bottom? Sweet. I find a celestial crystal. It is worth 2,500 gold. That's even more than a prismatic shard is worth. And every villager loves it. Oh my goodness, this is an incredible gem. I love this already. Thank you for giving me this. I don't really know who I'm thanking. It's like a general thank you to the universe for giving me this crystal. I fell down a hole again. Whoops. But the fire diamond has been obtained. I retrace my steps and eventually find myself in the room with the door. I can't open it. Please, please, please open the door. I have an iridium pickaxe. Please let me in. This isn't funny anymore. I thought this was the end for me, but somehow, some way I managed to defeat all of the enemies. So that could have gone a lot worse. But this now raises the question of how exactly do I get inside that room? The only thing I can think of is donating a nautilus shell. The iridium pickaxe didn't work, so it has to be that, right? Oh, wait, I found a staircase. This could be it. I go down it, and I end up in an area I already found. Alright, well, okay. Kimpoa is here on day 34. Is this the cutscene I think it is? Yep. He's opening up his shop. Yeah, I think I need to get a nautilus shell. I can't say for certain, but I feel like I've explored every area in this cavern that's available to me at this point. I can't be sure though, because this place is massive. I don't know. This is a tough one. Now I could wait until winter because that's when the nautilus shell spawns on the beach, but I don't want to make you all wait until then to see what else these caverns have to offer. Luckily, I have a backup. I go to William's shop where I discover that he has taken the day off. Of course he has. Yeah, no, William, your timing could not have been any worse on this one. You're on thin ice. Okay, no you're not. I forgive you. It's okay. I do a bit of work on the farm before heading up to the ridge. I meet a character named Belinda. She refers to me as the heir. She is the seer for the red-tailed lady. Belinda's goal is to find the spirit realm and cleanse the corruption in the forest. In a rather interesting turn of events, Belinda says I am a lot like my grandmother. Yeah, I'm gonna need you to elaborate on that one, please. What sort of magical tomfoolery did my grandmother partake in? Let me know, please. Daya, Geo, and Bliss give artifacts to Belinda. She places them down along with the items I found for Daya. She uses all of these artifacts and her magical powers to open up a portal. Well, she almost opens up a portal. Somebody sealed it at the very last moment. A voice can be heard saying that the portal was unstable. If Belinda had completed it and we had gone through it, that would have been it for us. Belinda recognizes the voice. It's somebody called Ray. Ray pleads with Belinda to listen to her. Belinda does not want to listen to her. Ray then drops a whopper of a statement. She knows of a way to open up a portal safely, one that we can actually use, but she needs me to help her with it. Belinda wants me to meet her here tomorrow so we can find out exactly what Ray's plan is. And that is the first thing I do on day 35. According to Belinda, there are crystals in the mountains here. I am the only person who can give them what they want. If I do so, they will get back their magical abilities. We can then use the crystals to help us in our quest. We can use them to help Belinda in her quest. I'm just happy to be here, to be honest. I don't really have any say in any of this. I'm just here. My job is simple. Find a crystal and donate 30 of any item that is the same color as the crystal. Now I've already got everything I need to get this done. The difficult part is getting to every crystal. I don't have any Mist Bloom syrup with me, so if I get hit with the nauseated debuff, I'm more than likely going to get knocked out. I've talked a lot about the whole nauseated thing. Maybe I should call this video I played 100% of nauseated Stardew Valley. That might be a more fitting title, I think, at this point. I donate items to all of the crystals without too much hassle, surprisingly enough. The mountain itself speaks when I've completed my task. It tells me to return here tomorrow so we can finally meet. I vaguely remember the difficulty of the storyline here. It went through the roof the last time I got to this point. So I grab 8 Mist Bloom syrups just to be safe. I spend the day moving all of my items into one of the sheds I had built. I also earned 24,000 gold. Bliss is here on the morning of day 36. She tells me the seer, aka Ray, will be waiting for me in the forest after 8 PM. I've harvested my first ancient fruit, but to be honest, Joja berries kinda make ancient fruit obsolete. They act in the same way, in the sense that it keeps growing even after you've harvested it, and it sells for around 200 gold more than ancient fruit. I've decided I want to start decorating the farm this week, so I spend pretty much the entire day chopping down trees, breaking rocks, and clearing away weeds. One other thing I do today is I meet Belinda in the forest. She uses her magic on the artifacts one more time. I follow her into an area left of here where Rayriala has appeared. I want to try to say that again if I can. Rayriala. There we go, that's better. Rayriala is very happy to meet me, which makes sense considering she's mentioned how she was friends with my grandmother. Ray explains how she stopped Belinda from going through with her plan because of somebody named Gabriella. She is a very dangerous person? Entity? We'll go with entity. Gabriella is a very dangerous entity who has corrupted the spirits in the spirit realm. Ray thinks that Belinda isn't ready to deal with Gabriella yet, hence her stopping the portal from being opened. She takes us to an area containing 9 podiums. Belinda recognizes this place immediately. This is where they made their first attempt at cleansing the spirit realm all those years ago with my grandmother. Ray and Belinda met my grandmother when she was very young. They knew right away she would go on to do amazing things. My grandparents lived a happy life, until Gabriella came along and wreaked havoc on these mountains. It was manageable until she found a way to enter the spirit realm. Everything got worse immediately, especially as Belinda and Ray can't enter the spirit realm. Well, they can, but there would be serious repercussions towards anything and anybody who is in any way associated with them. If Ray was to be corrupted, there's no telling the damage that would cause. She is very, very powerful. And if that power was to be used to do bad things, then who knows what would happen. As for Belinda, she has been corrupted before. Ray was the one who saved her. Ray didn't want to risk Belinda getting corrupted again, so it had to be my grandmother. Ray knew she herself couldn't go inside. She didn't want Belinda to risk getting corrupted again, so my grandmother took it upon herself to enter the spirit realm. She was able to weaken the corruption to the point where it was manageable once again. But when my grandmother returned, she was unconscious. Eventually, she moved on. It is time to cleanse the spirit realm once and for all. In order to do so, I must find 9 different relics. Thankfully, I remember how to get every one of them. So, yay! A green bean has been sent to Olga on day 37. I've made sure to give a gift to pretty much everybody for their birthday since, I don't know, maybe halfway through spring? So things are looking pretty good in the friendship department right now. I dig up the first relic at the bus stop right behind the cable car. Relic number 2 is found between a tree and a bench. From here I head left and meet Bliss outside an abandoned greenhouse. She tells me that if I want to save a soul, I should return here at midnight. Interesting. Relic number 3 is on the top floor of the hotel in Richside Village. You have to hit this painting right here with an axe to get this one. Number 4 is at the abandoned house in the southwest. I take a break from relic hunting for a few moments to watch a cutscene involving Zinnia and Vincent. Vincent is playing with a ball all by himself and is a bit upset, because he's lonely, basically. That's why he's not doing too well right now. Zinnia joins him and says that she would be happy to keep him company. She teaches him how to kick the ball a lot further. Then the time comes for Vincent to put this lesson to use. He kicks the ball and it hits me right in the face. I recover from it rather quickly and I decide to join the two of them. We all play with the beach ball for a while and have a very good time together. With that out of the way, I think it's time for us to finally buy a Nautilus shell. We've waited far too long to do this. Like I said before, we could wait until winter for one to spawn naturally, but I've put a lot of time into the caverns at Cape Stardew, and I really don't want to put that on pause and make you all wait another 47 days minimum to see what happens. After donating it, I am teleported to a cavern full of lava. It reminds me of the volcano dungeon on Ginger Island. I was worried I would encounter some impossibly difficult enemies, but that didn't happen surprisingly enough. I use my watering can to make a path leading to a chest. I find the Orb of the Tides. I can use it to make a portal. I can then return to that portal no matter where I am. I make my way up to the second chest in this area and I find the secret cave key. Alright, this has to be for that door I haven't been able to open. I have no idea what else could possibly open that door. Or what else this key could possibly be used for. It has to be that. I head north and enter a second room. I skedaddle up to a chest. I open it and find the Endless Ember Ring. I equip it and ooh, okay, that's actually pretty incredible. It gives me plus 3 max energy, plus 4 attack, and plus 4 defense. Nice. I head north and enter the third lava room. There's a pool of lava leading to the north, so maybe I can use my watering can to make a pathway through that lava, and into another room perhaps? Before I do that, however, I want to explore this area a little bit more. I go left and find yet another room. This one is a lot different. And it has an elevator. All 120 floors are available, so I think it brings me to the mines in Pelican Town. I try it out, and it does. And I also can't use it to get back to the room I was just in. I'm gonna take that as a sign that I should leave the caverns alone for the rest of the day. I'm gonna go back to getting the relics, I think. Relic number 5 is very easy to obtain, but it's also very, very boring to obtain. I have to stand here for 2 in-game hours. That's the entire way to get it. I don't do anything else. Okay, let's do this. The relic fox mask has been acquired. I go fishing in the well beside the mansion to get relic number 6, and in a little pond in front of this kennel to get number 7. I've just realized it's after midnight, so I'm gonna go ahead and enter the abandoned greenhouse. I hear a voice say they don't want to be alone. They plead with me to stay. I fall asleep, so I guess that's it for today? I wasn't really finished, but alright. Vinny has sent me a letter. No, Vinny does not work for Vincent. Vincent has sent me a letter on day 38. He apologizes for hitting me with the beach ball yesterday. He gives me the ball as a way of saying thank you for playing with him yesterday. It's a stormy day, so I'm gonna go ahead and use a rain totem. That should result in there being a storm tomorrow. Or at least it would if the luau didn't take place tomorrow. The rain totem doesn't work if there's a festival on the following day. I only realized this right after using the totem, so yeah, I wasted that one. I meet Bliss outside the greenhouse. Apparently the entire building is trapped between the spirit realm and the physical realm. More importantly, an entity is trapped inside the greenhouse. She refuses to say any more, simply telling me to return here once more after midnight. The traveling cart is here for some reason. I don't think I've seen this before. This might be a new feature, or maybe it's a glitch. I buy a rare seed before skedaddling over to the Nightingale Orchard shop. I find relic number 8 inside here. Then I take a look at everything being sold inside here. I need every one of these trees, so I'm gonna buy them. Unfortunately, I don't have enough money to get all of them right now, but I'll be back to buy the rest of those saplings, believe you me. Richard, the owner of the hotel, would like to create a backup energy reserve for the hotel. I need to bring him 30 battery packs and 50 copper bars. As long as I get a few more stormy days, this shouldn't be an issue. Hopefully, anyway. The copper bars are already taken care of. I've been smelting bars on and off this entire time. I plant my new tree saplings in the cave before spending the majority of the day cleaning up the farm. I return to the greenhouse as instructed. The entity tells me they need my help. The purple man and lady are holding them captive inside here. They gave the entity a challenge. The entity failed to complete it. My job is to complete the challenge for them. In order to do so, I have to collect the following items: 25 mountain mist bloom, 10 sweet gem berries, and 5 rubies. I'm not mad about this. This won't be too bad, I think. I grab the final relic while I'm inside here. I send tea leaves to Basil on day 39. I think I'm gonna stop mentioning me sending birthday presents from this point forward. I don't feel the need to mention it, really. But rest assured, I will not be missing anybody's birthday, alright? Just because I'm not mentioning it doesn't mean I'm not really focusing on it. I harvest a sweet gem berry, collect a bunch of forage in the secret woods, and trade the berry for a star drop. Following that, I move on over to the beach. I toss a gold star cauliflower into the soup, which gets the best reaction from the governor. I have finally got my hands on some star fruit on day 40, and another sweet gem berry, and a banana. Nice. I love how you can find basically any fruit and forage item inside this cave here. It really helps to keep things fresh and makes it even more exciting to come inside here every day. It's a good feature, I think, but it can be a bit overpowered, I will admit. Now, that fox mask relic I got, I need another one. Basically, there's a forage item that can spawn in the forest in the north of Ridgeside on any Sunday. In order for the forage item to even have a chance of spawning, you have to have the relic fox mask in your inventory. If you don't have it, it's not going to spawn. I tried to get another one because the one I currently have is going to be given away very, very soon, but I wasn't able to get one. So that was kind of sad. If I'm remembering correctly, every relic respawns about a week after you first get them, I think? Or maybe it's a month. I'm not sure which one it is. It might be, I think it's a month actually. Actually, never mind. We'll come back to the fox mask relic thing in the future. We don't have to worry about that right now. I place all of the relics on the podiums. Oh, just in case you play through this mod yourself, each relic has to go on a specific podium. You can tell when you've put it on the right one when the eyes on the front of the podium start glowing. That's the sign basically that you've done it correctly. With every podium activated, the squad shows up. Ray and Belinda create a portal to the spirit realm. The final part of this quest has begun. Belinda wants to go inside, but Ray says no, of course. They can't go in. There is only one person who can enter the spirit realm and not be corrupted by it. And that person is Vincent. No, it's me. It's me. It's not Vincent. I don't know why yeah, it's me. Of course it is. I might cut this out. I regret trying to make a joke there. That didn't work. I'm not funny. I'm gonna do some self-reflecting for a moment. Excuse me. Right, I'm back, and I haven't changed a bit. So let's go ahead and find purple flames and extinguish them, because that is how we cleanse the corruption. This part can be very confusing, so I'll try to keep it simple. You can touch a green crystal to be teleported to a different green crystal. You keep doing that until you find a purple flame. You then extinguish the flame before using the crystals to teleport to the second flame. And then you find a third one, and so on and so forth until all 5 have been extinguished. Oh, I should have mentioned, these flames that I'm talking about, these are Gabriella's source of power. It's how she put a curse on the entire area. So they're very important to her, to say the least. I'm gonna be completely honest here. I really did try to do this myself, but I got lost and ended up being very confused multiple times. In the end, I ended up using a map I found on the wiki page for the Ridgeside Village mod to get to every flame. I'm a little ashamed of how I did this, but I'm also very relieved to finally get this done. Upon extinguishing the 5th flame, Gabriella can be heard in the distance. Her power has weakened dramatically. In fact, it has weakened so much that the corruption has finally been cleansed. The spirits have been freed and can now roam the spirit realm safely. And I can too, because they won't attack me anymore. The monsters in the forest up in the north, they're still going to be there. But that's okay. Also, north of the north? How do I put this? Basically at the far north of the forest, you can find a staircase. And if you go up it, you go even further north. And a house can be found within that area. An old couple lived there, but unfortunately when the corruption began spreading, it closed that area off from the rest of the forest. Actually, no, not just the forest, but from the rest of the entire world. That's a bit of a sad story to tell after such a monumental victory, isn't it? But I suppose you have to take the bad with the good. As for the whole storyline with Belinda, Ray, the others, the spirit realm, yeah, that's finished. We've officially completed the main storyline in the Ridgeside Village mod. It wasn't easy, but it was somehow even more fun than I remember it being. I think the next area I'm gonna focus on will be the caverns in Cape Stardew. I've spent way too much time on them already. Let's see if we can wrap things up there, if that's even possible to do. And so off I go to Cape Stardew on day 41. I don't go into the caverns, however. No, instead I find an abandoned cabin beside Annetta's house. I go inside and find a piece of paper on the table. I need 3 hardwood, 10 granite, 4 wooden floors, 10 fiber, and 25 wood. The only difficult part of this is the granite. I guess all I can do is hope I get 1 granite from a geode, and then pop it into a crystallarium. It's going to take a bit of time, but I don't see this being very difficult. I enter an area above the cabin and find a little forest. There is a Junimo here. They want 2 maple syrup. That reminds me, I need to work on my farm soon. I want to make it look at least slightly aesthetically pleasing if I can, as well as planting crops and making a tree farm so I can get oak resin, maple syrup, and pine tar. For now, I return to a place that I'm sure we are all very familiar with, the caverns. Oh, okay, so I can't go any further north in the last lava room. I think we might be done with this part of the caverns then. I don't know about you, but I can only think of one other place we can go to right now. I enter the room with the door that's always been locked up until now, and a cutscene plays. We have to be on the right track. This hasn't happened before. This cutscene is new. I'm so excited. Here we go. Let's do this. I use the key I found to unlock the door and head inside. I defeat a good few monsters before opening a chest in front of me. It contains the Shadow Strike Blade. It absolutely decimates the enemies with a level of precision that I have not seen in quite some time. I think we're good as far as combat goes for the rest of this playthrough. Also, I didn't use my iridium pickaxe. So either you have to have one just to activate the cutscene where you unlock the door, or you don't actually need one. At least not for this, but then what is the iridium pickaxe used for? I'm tremendously confused right now. A short while later, I find myself in the room with the colourful crystals. I spend the remainder of the evening inside here. This weapon is incredible. And I'm getting some of the new gems which will sell for a decent chunk of money. Level 10 in farming has been reached, so crops now grow 10% faster. I bring battery packs and copper bars to the hotel on day 42. Order completed. Nice. And I bring tea leaves and coffee beans to Olga's house. Order number 2 completed. I buy the final sapling being sold in the Nightingale Orchard shop. Then I donate 4 of the gems from the Cape Stardew mod to the museum. There are 2 more remaining. The Lunar Crystal Shard and the Pretty Stone. I can now talk to the dwarf over in the mines. When it comes to the crop of choice for summer, as in the main one I'll be planting and harvesting, there isn't one. I'm buying 999 mixed seeds instead. Sure, I could make a lot more money focusing on melons or blueberries, but this should be a lot more fun. The blue diamond from Cape Stardew sells for 5,000 gold. That is ridiculous, in the best way possible, of course. I'm gonna toss it into a crystallarium. Well, no, that being said, the celestial crystal sells for 2,500 gold, but that's not the main appeal of it. Every single villager loves that item. Yeah, never mind. I'm gonna replace the blue diamond with the celestial crystal. Quality and iridium sprinklers have been made, and I've bought the crafting recipes for a couple of different floors and pathways, along with 20 tappers and kegs. Finally, to round off my shopping spree, I ask Robin to build a silo. I remove all of the crops that are currently growing. It sucks getting rid of the joja berries, salal berries, and coffee beans, but I want to have as much room to work with as possible. Out of curiosity, I spawned in the Eye of Cthulhu. I want to see how good my new weapon really is. It's pretty good. It took less than 10 seconds to defeat the Eye with this weapon, so yeah, there you go. Anywhomst, I am gonna spend the rest of the evening sprucing up the farm. It is day 43 and I am not happy with how things are looking here on the farm. I'm gonna start fresh. Yeah, I'm gonna take away the fences and really think about how to do this. We do have a few letters to read, so let's go ahead and do that, shall we? Olga has sent me the cooking recipe for a matcha latte, thank you. Richard is very grateful for the battery packs and copper bars. We can now stay in his hotel free of charge. Thank you, as well. Marlon has been working on the mine track leading to Cape Stardew, so I should be able to get down there using the minecart. There's also a new location called Sea Cave Secrets. I go there and I get 21 cherry bombs by destroying barrels. I'll come back here tomorrow and take a better look around the place. I'm going to spend the rest of the day continuing to work on the farm. Here is a look at what I have done as we begin day 44. I have 1 area for crops and 3 areas for tree farms. 1 for oak, 1 for pine, and 1 for maple. I'm nowhere near finished yet, but I'm a lot more happy with how it looks. Once again, I'm gonna spend the entire day working on it. Day 45 is spent working on the farm too. And here we are on day 46. I have multiple areas for crops. They're all different sizes and contain different types of sprinklers. That's because I wanted to use all of the sprinklers I have, rather than convert them all into iridium sprinklers. This is a lot different from how I normally design my farm. I'm not used to it, but I gotta say I'm loving how this is looking. At least for the time being, I'm satisfied to leave it this way. But I will have to change the layout of the lightning rods and the barn and the coop in the future, so there's definitely more work to be done. 5 sweet gem berries have been harvested and tossed into a seed maker. I have to collect 10 of them for the entity in the greenhouse, so I would rather not fall behind on that quest. I harvest coffee beans, plant more sweet gem berries, and place 20 kegs into a shed. I put coffee beans into a chest to begin making coffee. I spend the day in the forest collecting mountain mist blooms. This was a very easy thing to do because of the new weapon. I make a life essence and an iridium band. The life essence is from the Adventurers Guild Expanded mod. I feel like it's been a while since I last mentioned that item, so I wanted to give a bit of a reminder as to where it's from. The first crop of the summer has been harvested on day 47, and I've collected more battery packs. I buy 20 kegs and tappers from Robin along with 5 bee houses. And I might as well ask her to upgrade the coop while I'm here. Clinton wants me to defeat 50 grubs. The reward for this order is the crafting recipe for the Geode Crusher, a crafting recipe which I would very much like to get my hands on. I use the minecart to get to the sea cavern. I go through an entrance at the bottom and I'm here. If I go to the bottom left, I'll be heading towards the room with the green ghost monsters. Yeah, okay, alright, I know where I am now. Before I do anything inside here though, I want to explore the road to the left of Annetta's house. I feel like I've missed something important over there. Yeah, okay, here we go. There's a sign saying that the old mines are just north of here. I can't find the entrance though, I don't know where to go. Oh wait, no, I found it, we're good, never mind. A Junimo appears and says hello to me. Hi. It enters the mines, so I follow it and wind up in a little cave. I interact with the minecart on the right and find a ring. I use the minecart to get to another new area. This mod is massive, it really is. I wasn't expecting there to be this much content when I first came here back in spring. We have been finding room after room after room, filled with monsters and rings and all types of goodies. I find the mummified frog and mummified bat. I can donate these items to the field office over on Ginger Island. I wasn't expecting to get them this early, but I mean, hey, I certainly won't complain about getting them. I make my way through the dinosaur area. That's what I'm calling this part of the map. I'm now in a place with a river flowing through it. I'm finding ores, gems, and even more monsters. I go swimming and eventually end up on a platform in the south of this area. I step into a circle and get teleported to yet another new location. I open a chest and get the Wither Hollow Sword. It seems to do around the same amount of damage as the other sword I have, but it doesn't swing as fast. So I'm gonna stick with the one I'm currently using. There were 3 of these swords in here for some reason. I have no idea why, but again, I certainly won't complain. I do a bit more swimming before being bamboozled by a chest. It attacks me out of nowhere. I defeat it and get a bomb. Down in the bottom left of the area, I swim through an opening and wait a minute, I remember this place. It's the cliff cave thing I found all the way back in spring. Remember I jumped off the boardwalk and I swam to the left? This is definitely the same area. This is really cool. I like how everything is connected. It was massively confusing at the beginning, and it still is a bit confusing. But this entire cavern is amazing. I can't even imagine how much time it took to make this entire area. Seriously, major props to the person who made this mod. You did a fantastic job here. I buy butternut squash seeds on day 48 before using a warp totem to get to the cavern. I accidentally made a discovery while I was here. I was too lazy to hit the crab monsters with a pickaxe so they would move and I could actually, fight them. So I used a bomb to destroy their shells. In doing so, the wall behind me crumbled, revealing a hidden pathway. I go inside and find a ton of mushrooms along with a chest. It contains the Sky Oak Ring, plus 3 luck, plus 3 defense, and plus 3 speed. This might just be my favorite one so far. Right, okay, I wasn't sure about the ring I found in the minecart, in regards to being able to get that on day 1 basically. But I firmly believe I could have gotten this ring right here on day 1. No, I couldn't. Wait, never mind. It would have to be day 6, because you need to enter the Pelican Town mines first. Okay, so day 6, I could have gotten this ring. Literally, all you have to do is just put a bomb down. Also, all 3 of these rings work at the same time. I was a bit nervous that I would only get the effects of 1 ring at a time, but no, I can wear all 3 and get all 3 effects. Also, I forget if I mentioned this during spring, but I'm using a mod that lets me equip 6 rings at one time. I was thinking I could equip all of the rings you get for doing the monster eradication goals at some point. I wasn't expecting to find the 3 strongest rings I've ever seen, and then be able to equip all 3 of them at the same time. I feel ridiculously powerful right now, I won't lie to you. This really does boost my dopamine levels. I have enough gems to make the slime souls, so I do. I'll pay a visit to Gabriel later today and show it to him. After defeating every green ghost monster, I can definitively say that there's nothing else in this room. Good to know. I find a prismatic shard in the crystal room and I finally spot a pathway at the bottom. I go down it, and at this point I shouldn't be surprised to find the new area, but I am. There's so much going on here, I'm genuinely amazed at how big this mod is. I donate 5 wood, an iridium bar, a piece of hardwood and 5 stone to repair the broken bridge. I walk the entire way along the bridge. Well, no, I didn't walk across it, I zoomed across the bridge. The Heelys combined with a crab cake and the ring I found? How do I describe it? It has done wonders for my movement speed. Oh, look at that. Jelly. That is so cute. Jelly says they sensed my arrival. Something about me has resonated with the energies of this cavern. Me unlocking the mysteries of the cavern may have stirred an ancient presence. Jelly warns me that the spirits are not happy about me being inside the cavern. They tell me to proceed with caution. Jelly does something to the entrance of the cavern. I think they might have added a teleportation circle that I can use to get from here to the entrance of the place, and vice versa. There's a chest here, but I can't open it. I'm thinking it's just a decoration, like the one beside the dwarf in the mines, so I don't think I'll ever be able to open it. Day 49 begins with a letter from the Adventurers Guild. A team of adventurers recently went to the caverns. While they were there, they discovered the work I had done to fix the bridge. They have sent me a ring as a thank you. Plus 4 max energy, plus 5 attack, plus 3 magnetic radius, and plus 4 defense. That Cape Stardew mod has basically set me up for the rest of this playthrough. 4 amazing rings, a very strong weapon, and the celestial crystal which I can toss into a crystallarium. That's an easy gift for everybody. Thank you so much, Cape Stardew, for everything you have done for me. I spend a bit of time in the mines working on Clinton's order. I take a break to sell the gems I found in the caverns, then I visit Robin. 20 more kegs and tappers have been purchased and the barn has been upgraded. I enter the Adventurers Guild where somebody named Daniel has shown up. He is Zinnia's father and Marlin's brother. Daniel blames Marlin for his wife's passing. He tells Zinnia to get her things. They're leaving, both of them. I enter the building just in time to hear Zinnia tell Daniel that she isn't going. Daniel says she isn't mature enough to be here. Yeah, he's basically telling her to do exactly what he says. He goes on to say that what she's doing is dangerous and he doesn't want her to meet the same fate that her mother did. On the one hand, yeah, sure, I can understand Daniel wanting to keep his daughter safe. But on the other hand, you need to take a step back. There's a big difference between protecting your daughter and controlling your daughter. Daniel right now is firmly in the category of, you need to do exactly what I tell you simply because I'm your father. That's not how it works. No. The way I see it, Daniel hasn't made the transition from having a child to having an adult daughter. At this point in her life, the only acceptable thing that Daniel should be saying to her right now is, what you're doing is dangerous and I would rather you don't do it, but I'm not going to tell you what to do. If this is what you want, then go for it. Just please be careful. And that's it. That's all he should have said. None of this, I'm your father, so you need to do exactly what I tell you to do, whenever I tell you to do it. No. No, who do you think you are? Let your daughter live her life. You have been able to live your life the way you've wanted to for as long as you can remember, more than likely. So why are you trying to prevent your daughter from doing the exact same thing? It's incredibly selfish of you. Thankfully, Daniel seems to have had a change of heart. He apologizes for what he said and how he said it. He tells Zinnia that she can stay here in Pelican Town, but he goes even further. He believes that she is a talented and smart person who can achieve great things in life. He hopes, he really does hope, that she can find her true purpose here in Pelican Town. That, right there, is a good father. Daniel just made the transition I mentioned. He accepted that he doesn't have a child anymore. He has an adult daughter. Good stuff. I walk in on Gabriel, who is fast asleep. He mumbles something about having to protect Mum. Right, okay, we'll deal with that another time. I'm here for a different reason. I show him the slime soul I made. He puts it into a soul incubator. Nothing happens. Then Zinnia comes along. She has iridium ore with her that Gabriel asked her to get. Apparently, it was very easy for her to get the ore. All she had to do was go talk to somebody named, oh no, Clint, and he got it for her. Oh, Zinnia, no. I hope this doesn't turn into an Emily situation with Clinton. Anyway, let's move on. The iridium ore powers up the soul incubator and a slime comes out of it. Zinnia thinks the slime is adorable. Gabriel shouts at her to get back because it's going to hurt her. Zinnia does not see things the same way. She believes the monster is afraid. Gabriel once again tells her to get back. He then says, "Do you even care about what happened to Mom?" And I now hate Gabriel. That is such a disgusting thing to say. He somehow manages to make things even worse. He keeps getting more and more angry with Zinnia, and now he's talking about wanting to keep the slime captive and do experiments on it. They ask me what I think we should do. There is no way we are putting that slime in any danger. Gabriel reluctantly agrees. Gabriel, who is still very much treating his sister like garbage, very arrogantly demands to know what Zinnia's plan is. She wants Silly to be as comfortable as possible. Zinnia says that she's going to have a lovely room built for Silly. Silly is the name she gave it, by the way. Also, Gabriel needs to take notes from his father. I can't even begin to explain how much I do not like the way Gabriel is talking to Zinnia right now. My job is to visit the wizard. I need to find out if he has anything that could help me communicate with Silly. I go upstairs and there's nothing here. So I turn around and go back down the stairs. I don't think this was supposed to happen. The room is already built. The room for Silly, I mean. That was quick. It looks nice though, I like it. The wizard gives me a potion. I drink it and I can now communicate with Silly. Well, that was easy. The wizard also put a charm into the potion. Whenever I defeat a slime, it won't actually be defeated. Their soul will be taken away to their home. Then they will be reborn. He did this to help Silly feel more comfortable and to put an end to the battle between me and the slimes. I place tappers on trees and accept an order from somebody in Richside Village. I apologize, I'm not too familiar with some of these people. They want me to bring 20 bug steaks to Dr. Aguiar. I have enough bug meat to make 7 of them, thanks to the grubs I defeated for Clinton, so I have a bit of a head start on this one. I talked to the dwarf over in the mines. They're selling different gems and artifacts. Again, thanks to the shop overhaul mod. Zinnia is here on day 50, and she has a box with her. Inside the box is none other than Silly. They let me know that Silly's room is ready, and that's all. They have to leave rather quickly because Gabriel won't be happy if he knows they've left the Adventurers Guild. Zinnia hopes that someday we'll be able to show the entire town that Silly really isn't dangerous. The first Joja berry harvest inside the cave takes place. My supply of coffee has gone through the roof thanks to these coffee beans. I'm probably going to sell any coffee I make, on account of me having the Heelys and the ring that gives me a speed boost. I don't really need coffee at this point. The crafting recipe for the geode crusher has been received. I am gonna make 3 of them immediately. I put all of my geodes into a chest beside them so the machines can crack them all open. I never thought I would say this, but I really hope I get granite from them, more than anything else. I buy 25 of the summer flower seeds and butternut squash seeds. William wants me to gather 100 bug meat. I accept it, then I realize what exactly this means for me. I have to get 200 bug meat, 100 for William, and another 100 to make 10 bug sticks for Dr. Aguiar. I sell Crimtane and Demonite bars to Clinton and buy the rest of the tree saplings. My shopping spree continues as I buy 20 iron bars, 100 iron ore, and 25 coal. I throw my ores into the furnace chest. Thank you for the assistance, Chest Anywhere mod. I plant my trees and pay a visit to Gabriel and Silly. Silly tells me they like me and Zinnia. They do not like Gabriel. Not one bit. Now I could lie and say, oh, don't worry Gabriel, Silly just wants food or water or something. But no, I'm not doing that. Gabriel needs to know that he can't say something hurtful or mean or disrespectful and then act like it doesn't have any impact on someone. He said a lot of hurtful things, and this is the consequence. Similar to his father, Gabriel finally apologizes for what he said. Silly hesitates for a moment. Then they say they forgive him. Silly goes on to explain how each generation of slime would tell their children about how humans hurt them. They used to be friends with humans, until humans attacked them. And so they would tell each other to be careful around humans. And if they see one, their best option is to attack the human before the human can hurt them again. Silly's parents would have had a lot more information to give us, but they can't because a human hurt them. They're gone. Before I leave, Silly tells Gabriel that he should apologize to Zinnia. He says he will, which is good. Then, as I'm about to leave, he tells me to tell Zinnia that he's sorry. Are you kidding me? Really? My farmer does the smiley face emoji, which makes me think that my farmer is going to tell Zinnia that Gabriel is sorry. I don't want to do that though. If you're truly sorry and you really do understand how you hurt her, you should be apologizing to her yourself. Your apology won't mean anything coming from me, or at least it won't mean as much as it would coming from you. I'm gonna move on because I'm getting frustrated with Gabriel. I spend a bit of time inside the caverns. I didn't do anything new or find a new area or a new weapon or anything like that. No, what I did do was get knocked out. As soon as I wake up, I unlock an achievement called A Distant Shore. That's the achievement for going to Ginger Island for the first time. And sure enough, yeah, here I am on the island. I shouldn't be here yet. I'm gonna go back to Pelican Town. I'm not gonna stay here. The cutscene where William shows me the boat starts playing, and I can now drop off the iridium bars, battery packs, and hardwood for the boat. Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna do that either. I haven't actually unlocked Ginger Island, or this room with the boat. Oh, I guess it doesn't really matter. When I leave the room, I can't go back in. The rest of the day is spent inside the cavern. I collect ores, gems, and monster loot. Now, as for anything new, like a weapon or an area or monsters, yeah, I don't find anything new. Maybe I've done everything I can do inside here? We might be finished with this place? Possibly? I don't know. I really can't tell. I toss gems and coffee into the shipping bin before passing out. Oh, and the lava rooms. Monsters from the volcano dungeon spawn inside here. I'm getting cinder shards, taro tubers, journal scraps, some lovely stuff altogether. I can now find mystery boxes, and I earned 41,000 gold. The green rain is here on day 51. I'm gonna spend the entire day collecting as much fiber and moss as I possibly can. Oh, hello. All of my trees have grown. Splendiferous. Gabriel is here on day 52. Ew. Gabriel bought a book from somebody in Zuzu City. It contains information about humans and slimes. He wants me to visit him later so we can discuss this in more detail. A birthday gift has been sent to William, so I imagine I'm going to hit 8 hearts with him within the next 4 days or so. I find a pineapple in the cave that is going right into the seed maker, and I harvest Georgia berries. They are also going into the seed maker. Tomatoes, poppies, hops, and sunflowers have all been harvested. I buy 20 tappers and some stone, and I ask Robin to upgrade the coop for the final time. I place iron bars, battery packs, stone, and hardwood into the box in Grandpa's shed. And that is everything Robin needs. Granite has been received from a geode crusher, so I place it in a crystallarium. I then donate many items to the museum. Silly is very happy to see me when I visit the guild. They are even happier to see Zinnia. Gabriel wakes up. It is time to learn about the history between slimes and humans. They didn't bother anybody for a very long time. They had created very intricate ecosystems beneath Stardew Valley where they thrived. After some time, humans discovered them. They were over the moon to have new visitors. They gave the humans a present, a slime heart. This item was created with all of the love they had to offer. It could heal almost any wound. Everything was good, very good. But eventually humans became greedy. They wanted more and more of these hearts, and they weren't willing to wait weeks to get one. Eventually humans found a way to make one in minutes. There was one problem, however. In order to do so, they needed residue from the slimes. And so the humans attacked them. Humans weren't afraid of them. They didn't attack them because they were terrified. No, they betrayed them out of greed. After that happened, they never trusted humans ever again. Zinnia thinks we have to show the town how peaceful and kind and caring Silly is. That might just rebuild the bond that we had before. In order to progress any further, I need to improve my friendship with Silly. I'm hoping this means I have to get them to maybe 2 hearts of friendship, but I get the feeling it won't be that easy. It's gonna be 10, I can tell. I spend the remainder of the day collecting bug meat. I finished the day with 104 pieces. I have enough for William, but I have to get 86 more to make the bug sticks. I have 11 of them now. I think I had 10 before, so I've kind of improved on that special order too. Gunther is here on day 53. He thanks me for all of the items I've brought to the museum. He'll be sending me some money tomorrow as an extra special show of appreciation. Robin is here too. She tells me that she's going to begin working on the shed today. It should be ready to use tomorrow. Another cutscene is on the agenda. I watch Marlin entering the sewer. This is why I've been working on his friendship. If I get the 5 hearts of friendship with him, he'll give me the key to the sewer. Now, normally I would have gotten the key from Gunther after donating 60 items to the museum, but the Stardew Valley Expanded mod changes that completely. I bring even more items to the museum and I trade 3 tickets for a peach sapling, mixed seeds, and mystery boxes. I am 1 more ticket away from a Star Drop tea. I bring the bug meat to William, completing his order. I grab the ticket I've earned for doing so and get the tea. I consider giving it to William, but I'm only 19 friendship points away from 8 hearts with him, so there isn't really much point. I give it to Marlin instead. This causes yet another cutscene to play. Marlin has decided that it's time for me to meet Krobus. I head into the sewers with him and introduce myself to Krobus. I very quickly sell a few items to Clinton. I need money so I can get the star drop that Krobus is selling. He is also selling dwarf scrolls, mushrooms, and totems. I buy 3 rain totems so I can hopefully cause more stormy days to happen. It's a stormy day today, so now is the perfect time to use one of them. Floor 28 in the mines is a monster-only floor. Getting all of the bug meat I need just became a lot easier. I'm gonna stay here and farm this place for the rest of the day. I make lightning rods and collect the final few bits of bug meat. There's a decent bit of time left in the day, so I stop by the special orders board in Ridgeside. Carmen wants me to collect 25 fish from the river in Pelican Town, but I have to use crab pots. I drop off the bug steaks and place my lightning rods on the farm. Maddie has sent me a letter on day 54. Okay, I remember her now. She is the person who works with Mr. Aguiar, or Dr. Aguiar, I forget which one it is. Anyway, I have received 10,000 gold for the bug steaks. I collect battery packs, use a rain totem, grab some pine tar, and place more tappers on trees. I talk to William, which bumps me up to 8 hearts of friendship with him, and I grab 22 crab pots. That's 25 in total, thanks to the 3 I received for completing the crab pot bundle in the community center. I placed them in the river in town. I plop a chest beside them and throw bait into it. I'll let these work away for a while and do their thing. I sell things and stuff to Pierre. I buy 2 cooking recipes from him and take a look at Robin's shop. We can have her build the premium coop for us. It's going to be a while before I can get it though. It is very expensive. I have Robin upgrade the barn, do a bit of foraging in the desert, and trade a prismatic shard for the galaxy sword. I have to get the galaxy sword at some point in every playthrough. I enter the Skull Caverinos for the very first time in this playthrough. Wait, okay, now that we're talking about the Skull Caverinos, I'll refer to the Skull Caverns as the Caverinos. The caverns in Cape Stardew will be called, well, the caverns. So we've got the Caverinos here, and the caverns in Cape Stardew. I spend the remainder of the day inside here. I collect fish from the crab pots on day 55, an action made so much easier by the Chest Anywhere mod. Mr. Key has sent me a letter. If I can make it to floor 25, he will send me a mountain of gold. Yeah, I already did that last night, so I'm gonna get the money tomorrow morning. I should get the money tomorrow anyway. The big summer harvest has finally occurred. I've harvested every crop and flower that belongs to summer. I don't need them for anything right now. I'm just having fun with the mixed seeds. William has sent me a letter too. He tells me he wants to show me something inside his shop. I deliver the iridium bars, battery packs, and hardwood that are needed to fix the boat. I won't lie, I was a bit confused for a moment. I was kinda sat there thinking, wait a minute, I haven't completed the community center. How is this happening? And then after about a minute, I remembered I have that one mod installed. That's why I'm able to fix the boat and be able to go to Ginger Island without doing the community center. But yeah, I was very confused for a moment. A villager has arrived in Mineral Town. Aja is her name. She decided to leave Zuzu City behind in favor of a brand new life right here in Stardew Valley. She runs off to rent a room in the inn before her dad can track her down, and presumably bring her back to Zuzu City. I'm still really enjoying Mineral Town. It's fun to explore the area and I like all the villagers, but I do have one question. How do I get the villagers at the tills to actually sell items to me? Do I need to increase my friendship with them, or is there a storyline I haven't started yet? Because I really don't know what to do here. I think at this point I've visited every location here, so I don't think I'm missing anything. And that is basically everything I did today. I did earn almost 80,000 gold from Salal berries and Joja veggies. Pretty cool. Finally, we arrived to day 56, the last day of summer. Robin has finished working on the shed. We have a lovely greenhouse upstairs. And downstairs we have space for kegs, preserve jars, any type of machinery really. I buy the crafting recipe for the dehydrator, along with 800 mixed seeds. I'm going to be planting these again in fall, rather than focusing on one crop. Again, I know I could make a lot more money if I focused on one crop like cranberries or pumpkins, but this is more interesting I think. I donate a few items to the museum, then I try to go to the beach, but I can't. The Dance of the Moonlight Jellies is being set up. I was going to use William's boat to get to Ginger Island. Oh well. I meet Clinton up in the bathhouse area. Lewis wants him to destroy a boulder because it's blocking the entrance to the summit. Clinton would appreciate my help. He needs 20 iridium ore and 20 coal. You know what, I don't mind giving those items away, I have plenty of them. I can't remember the last time I did the Georgia route. I think it's time. Time to donate a few items to the community center, that is. It feels weird not being in a rush to get this completed. Ginger Island is already unlocked. I don't really have to speed through the whole community center route anymore. I can finally go at my own pace and really take my time with it if I want to. I mean, I could end up getting it done before the end of winter, but it's a bit tricky. The Stardew Valley Expanded mod has added a couple of new items to the bundles, so who knows what's gonna happen with that really. Anyway, I buy one of each sprinkler and some butternut squash. I'm gonna work on the greenhouse in the shed, because I have a bit of time before the Dance of the Moonlight Jellies begins. I buy 9 more iridium sprinklers and 25 quality sprinklers. Over in Ridgeside Village, Lenny is talking about how Georgia wants to build a shop here in the village. I believe they're talking about Georgia anyway. Let's keep Georgia confined to Pelican Town, shall we? At least up until we shut it down for good by completing the community center. I buy fertilizer and deluxe speed grow in the shop here and return to the greenhouse. Now I can do my thing. Before the day comes to an end, I head over to the beach for the festival. And that is the end of summer. I've made a lot more progress than I thought I would at this point. But I do think it's entirely because of how much help I'm getting from all of the mods I have installed. I'm talking about the Heelys, Chest Anywhere, Automate, Legacy Farm Cave, and all of the amazing items I found in the caverns in Cape Stardew. I fully expected to be playing through at least 300 days, if not more. But with the way things are going right now, this whole thing might take, I don't know, around 200 days maybe. It depends on the cooking and crafting recipes really. Everything else should be pretty manageable. Then again, there's really only one way to find out. So, let's go. Richard is here on day 57. His hotel will now feature musical entertainment during the seasons of fall and winter. He encourages me to pay a visit when I get the chance. Yeah, I can maybe... No, I'm not going to do that. Right, some of my sprinklers have gone missing. I got a notification telling me that some items have been placed in the lost and found box in Lewis's house. I really hope all of my sprinklers are inside there. This happened on the first day of summer as well. So I believe this is what happened to the ones that went missing during that time too? Maybe? Susan wants me to make 50 quality fertilizer for her. That should be an easy one. I'll do it. It doesn't give a crafting recipe, but I don't mind. I'll help her out. I have very good news as my sprinklers are indeed inside the lost and found box. Not just 1 or 2 or 10 or 20, no, 50 of them. I think it's safe to assume that the ones that went missing on the first day of summer are here too. I wish I'd known about this sooner. Here is what I did with the greenhouse in the shed. I've planted butternut squash, sunflowers, and Georgia berries. When the butternut and sunflowers have been harvested, I'm gonna replace them with Georgia berries. Pika wants me to deliver dishes to 5 people. I talk to him to receive the dishes. Then I forget all about the order and I go to the forest instead. I can now accept orders from Belinda inside this house here. She wants me to defeat 50 Pepper Rex and Viperial monsters. The Viperial is the monster that I defeated back in summer to get 2 artifacts, the Entombed Ring and the Gold Skull Coral I believe they were. I spend the day planting seeds. I collect all of the fish that have accumulated in the crab pots on day 58. Carmen's order has been completed and I have received 5,000 gold. Good doing business with you. I maneuver my way over to the forest in Cape Stardew. I finally have some maple syrup, so I give it to the Junimo here. They do something in the forest. Basically, the entire screen flashed blue a few times. I'm not going to show footage of that happening just in case it hurts anybody's eyes. It kind of hurt mine a little bit. Changing course dramatically once again, I head into William's shop and use his boat to get over to Ginger Island. I collect a walnut, then I remember that I found a banana in the cave at some point. I forget when I got it. But I take it out of a chest and I place it on a podium. 3 more walnuts have been obtained. I then grab my 5th one. Then I guess where the gems go on this puzzle here. Sometimes it can take several minutes. Other times it can take 2 or 3 attempts. I was quite unlucky today. It took around 2 minutes in real life for me to get it right. But it gave me 5 walnuts, so I think it was worth it. Leo immediately introduces himself to me when I enter the treehouse. Normally this wouldn't happen. You have to collect a total of 10 walnuts in order for him to talk to you. But I've already got 10 of them, so yay. I whack a tree to get walnut number 11 before giving one to the parrot. Now that I have access to the north of the island, I collect every walnut I have access to up here. I've got 21 by the time I'm finished. I use 10 of them to unlock the west side of Ginger Island. Now my goal is to get up to 20 walnuts so I can unlock the island farmhouse. Once again, I do basically everything I can do in this area when it comes to walnuts. I even complete the Simon Says game. I tend to leave this one alone during the first few days I come to Ginger Island as it really does stress me out. But I figure I might as well get it out of the way early. After reaching 31 walnuts, I buy the farmhouse. If I pass out now, then I won't wake up in Pelican Town. No, I'll wake up right here on Ginger Island. Day 59 begins with a visit to the dig site. I use 10 walnuts to fix the bridge leading to this location. I use a bomb to destroy a boulder, freeing Professor Snail from the cave he was trapped inside of. I break all of the rocks, collect more walnuts, and head inside the field office. This place is owned by the aforementioned Professor Snail. I answer 2 survey questions and donate all of the artifacts I have. I feel like I'm speeding through this Ginger Island portion. I didn't mean to, it just kinda happened. The next goal is to reach the end of the volcano dungeon. And I've also just realized why I've been speedrunning this section. It's because I've subconsciously been trying to get to this part of the island as quickly as possible. Now you may be asking, why did I do that? Well, that is because we are going to meet a very special character when we reach floor 10 inside here. I sell a few gems to the dwarf on floor 5 and I use my money to buy a cooking recipe, a crafting recipe, and mega bombs. From there I make a beeline for floor 10. I get the hot Java ring in a chest on floor 9. This ring is amazing. It gives you a chance to get a coffee or a triple shot espresso when you defeat a monster. Finally, I reach floor 10. Behold, the man, the myth, the third thing, Lance. He is very impressed that I've made it this far. We shall be seeing him again very soon. Little spoiler alert, he plays a bit of a vital role in the Stardew Valley expanded storyline. In other news, we've just gained access to the forge here at the Volcano Dungeon. I combine 2 of the rings I got from the Cape Stardew mod together. Then I do the same thing with the other 2. Honestly, I wasn't sure if they would still work if I combined the 2 of them together. But they do, so yeah. Now we have space for the hot Java ring and an aquamarine ring. That second one increases my chance of getting a critical hit by 10%. It's a placeholder more than anything else really. I'm hoping to get a more powerful ring in the future. I grab a prismatic shard and 2 walnuts before returning to the volcano entrance. Instead of leaving, however, I use my watering can to go left. I go through a doorway leading outside where I find another 2 walnuts. I unlock the island trader and find a minecart on the farm. Okay, this is big. I don't have to spend 1000 gold to get here by boat anymore. No, I can just use the minecart system. Finally, to finish off the day, I read a letter that I received from the Junimo that I gave 2 maple syrup to. They've cleared a space in the forest just for me. I can do anything I want with it. I plant pineapple and taro tubers on day 60. At some point, Caroline is going to ask me to grow 100 of one of these crops. There is a third option, now that I think about it. She could very well ask me to find 100 pieces of ginger, but I hope she doesn't. Regardless, I want to be prepared for whatever one happens. I use the minecart to go all the way from Ginger Island over to Cape Stardew. Isn't that very handy indeed? I do a bit of foraging and I take a look at the area that Junimo cleaned up for me. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do anything here. I mean, it's cool, don't get me wrong, but I already have all of the space I could possibly need for crops. I talk to Anetta and have a gander around her home. Is that Totoro on the shelf there from the Studio Ghibli movie? Neat. Speaking of Anetta, she wants me to bring her some blackberries. That's nice and easy, I can do that. In fact, it's so easy that I can do it right now. Right, I somehow messed up. It turns out the 5 blackberries have to be the same quality. I'm gonna come back and do that one later. Then, that's embarrassing. For now, I take a walk around the big forest before harvesting a bunch of crops. Bok choy, wheat, and corn. And jojo berries, of course. I restock on cherry bombs in that one cave in Cape Stardew before moving to the other cave in Cape Stardew. I spend the remainder of the night collecting valuable items and defeating the dinosaurs. Belinda wants me to defeat 50 Pepper Rex or Viperials, and for some reason these enemies here count towards that order, so this might be the easiest way of getting that one done. Lance is here on day 61. He compliments my farm and gives me his schedule. Sweet, thank you. A good few sweet gem berries are ready for harvest, which means the challenge that was given to me by the spirit in the greenhouse has finally been completed. After all this time, they can be set free. That being said, I am locked out of the greenhouse right now, so I think I'll have to come back here at midnight to actually complete the challenge. What can you do? I return to the cave with the dinosaurs for the remainder of the day. I earned 65,000 gold from a wide array of items I tossed into the shipping bin. I didn't do it for the money, or well, just for the money. I also did it to get a bit of work done on the shipping collection. Day 62 begins with a letter from Aja. She is from the Mineral Town mod. She has sent me the cooking recipe for harvest apple pie. Except, no, she hasn't sent me the recipe. I didn't unlock the recipe when I read the letter. This is 100% going to be an issue in the future, I can tell. For now, let's do something I tend to do when I face any problem in life. Let's pretend it never happened and forget all about it. Don't apply that to your life, alright? That's terrible advice. Don't actually do what I do, alright? That doesn't work out, believe me. I'm getting a lot of cooking recipes here and I don't really know what... Oh, wait, no, I know what happened. So you get either 2 or 4 friendship points with a villager for each new item added to the shipping collection. I added between 40 and 60 new items yesterday, which means I got at least a full heart of friendship with every single villager. I've made the realization that the Stardew Valley Expanded mod adds 2 new types of tree to the game, the fir tree and the birch tree. So I'm gonna spend the entire day chopping down as many of them as I can. Oh, and Robin teaches me how to make the drum block and the flute block. The tree topping... Oh, that was bad. Okay, let me try again. The tree chopping continues on day 63. As in, if you're an Irish person, you'll understand how difficult that is to say. I don't need granite anymore, so I've taken them out of the crystallariums and replaced them with celestial crystals. I buy kegs, tappers, and preserve jars and donate everything to that cabin in Cape Stardew. I only needed 3 items. I waited for no reason. I could have done this on day 1. Are you kidding me? The entire time I was waiting for granite, I didn't even need... I'm gonna move on to something else before I get a bit, what's the cool word? Before I crash out, right? That's what the cool people say. Yeah, before I crash out, yeah. I spend the remainder of the day chopping down trees. Day 64 begins with a mysterious letter. In the heart of the cabin where time whispers its secrets, a new chapter begins. Feel the shift in the air, the gentle sigh of transformation. Signed, The Silent Spirit. I can only assume this is about the cabin in Cape Stardew I fixed up yesterday? Okay. I've managed to have like double the amount of people show up on each page of villagers when I interact with the mailbox. There isn't really a reason for me to point that out. I just wanted to let you know that the whole process of sending items has become even more efficient than it already is. I take a look at the cabin in Cape Stardew and yeah, it's a cabin. I'm gonna spend the day fighting dinosaurs. I should get Belinda's order completed today. Day 65 begins with confirmation that I did indeed get her order done yesterday. Belinda tells me to check the inventory in the house next time I drop by, and she gives me 50,000 gold. I harvest all of the sunflowers that I've grown in the greenhouse and I replace them with Georgia berries. Then it's off to Robin's where I buy kegs, preserve jars and tappers. Belinda wants me to catch 10 fish. I'll talk about that in more detail later on. For now, let's say hello to Marlon. He can sense that I've been given the Galaxy Sword. I can now buy other Galaxy weapons from him. Zinnia has dressed up as a skeleton for a costume party she's going to. She didn't tell Gabriel about this party or the costume. He somehow thinks an actual skeleton has wandered into the guild and attacks her? How? How do you make that mistake? We learned during this cutscene that Gabriel is dealing with something right now. We aren't told exactly what it is he's dealing with, but he's not doing well right now. Ooh, okay, so he's been having nightmares about the night his mom passed away. He's been having a lot of difficulty separating reality from his nightmares, and it's only getting worse and worse. I tell him there's nothing wrong with him, but he should maybe seek professional help. I hope everything works out for him. As for me, I'm going to spend the rest of the day chopping down trees. Again. Day 66 is a bittersweet day. I'm going to chop down all of the pine and maple trees on the farm before replacing them with fir and birch trees. Here is a look at the updated tree farm on day 67. I'll be placing tappers on the fir and birch trees when they've grown so that we can get birch water and fir wax. I harvest taro tubers on Ginger Island and show 3 crops to a frog. He gives me 15 walnuts for growing a melon, a wheat and a garlic. I use a rain totem, collect a couple of walnuts by breaking muscle nodes and dig up a walnut. And another walnut. I use 20 of them to unlock the island resort. 1, 2, 3 more walnuts have been found. Robin and Annetta have orders for me. As much as I want to help Annetta, I'll get a crafting recipe for doing Robin's orders, so I'm gonna do that one. She wants you to collect 1,000 pieces of wood. You can just buy the wood from her shop. For some reason that counts towards the order. I break open golden coconuts and get a walnut, a fossilized skull, and a mango tree sapling. Butternut squash has been harvested in the greenhouse, which means the only thing growing inside here now are the beloved Georgia berries. All of the Richside Village fruit trees have grown inside the cave, so things are looking very good in that department. And look at all of these rocks. Doesn't that just look beautiful? Monster mushrooms, Georgia veggies, and pumpkins have been harvested on day 68. I buy 1,000 wood to complete Robin's order, and I ask her to build a shed. Next up on the agenda is a trip to Ginger Island. I complete the mermaid puzzle for a tasty 5 walnuts. I spend the remainder of the day clearing out the farm here on the island. Day 69 is also spent working on the farm. Here is the result of my hard work on day 70. It isn't the nicest looking farm, but I have used all 3 types of sprinklers, and I've planted literally every single Georgia berry starter that I have, so I'm happy with how it turned out. I donate 2 items to the island field office, earning a mango tree sapling and 3 walnuts. I spend most of the day going through the volcano dungeon, collecting walnuts, cinder shards, and pineapple seeds. Unfortunately, I ran out of water on floor 9. Luckily, I can use a warp totem to get back to the original farm. Then I can use the minecart to reach floor 10 of the volcano dungeon. I combine an iridium band with the hot java ring, and I enchant my sword with a ruby 3 times. This gives it extra damage. If I'm being honest, I was actually trying to increase the speed of the weapon. I should have used an emerald, but I didn't. I used a ruby by accident, but I mean, you know, what can you do? Today keeps getting better as I finally have access to the walnut room. Mr. Key wants me to give 50 loved gifts. I have until the end of tomorrow to get this order finished. Now, normally I wouldn't even bother trying, but at this point we have around 120 villagers in the game, and I'm using the mail services mod, so yeah, this is a really easy order. Day 71 is the dawn of a new week, which means we have even more special orders to accept. I decide to accept the Danger in the Deep quest from Mr. Key. The mines in Pelican Town have received an upgrade, and I have to get to floor 120 all over again. I decide to give it a go. I made it down to floor 15, then I got bored. So I changed course completely. I use my key gems to buy 160 magic bait. I sell a few things, buy sweet potato and fairy rose seeds, and grab the iridium fishing rod. I buy bait and a trap bobber while I'm in William's shop, then I proceed to fish. In retrospect, there was no need for me to buy that bobber. I can make one at literally any time because of the chest anywhere mod. The same goes for the cork bobber and bait. Anywhomst, I spend the day fishing here at the beach. My reason for getting magic bait is simple. I want to make as much progress on the fishing collection as I can during the next, 2 weeks. If you spend a full day at the beach, then at the mountains, and then at the river, you should have a decent portion of the fishing collection completed by the time you're done. Day 72 is here, and with it comes the Stardew Valley Fair. Also, the audio is gone. I don't know why it's gone, but I checked the rest of the footage and the audio comes back on day 74, so that's good. A furniture catalog is being sold here. I want that. All I need to get it is 9,999 tickets. I also need 2,000 more tickets for the Rare Crow and the Star Drop. I have a plan. Okay, so I was going to do this whole dramatic thing where I explain my plan in great detail and then over the course of 2 minutes I show footage of my plan. I'm not going to do that. It's a bit of a creative risk and I'm not sure I want to take it. Instead, I'm going to make a long story short. I kept betting all of my tickets on the wheel, specifically on the green rather than the orange, and I won and won and won and won and won and so on and so forth. Yeah, I got everything I wanted, so yay. It was only when I bought the catalog that I realized I'm never going to use it. I genuinely don't know why I got this. Anyway, some tasty dishes are being sold here at the fair. I buy basically all of the ones that boost my fishing skill along with lucky lunches. Here is a quick look at the catalog. I mean, yeah, it's cool and it's nice having access to new furniture. But like I said, I don't plan on decorating any of my houses, so I'm not going to be using this. Day 73 is here and I've decided to place a bunch of lightning rods down. Then it's off to the mountains where I spend the entire day fishing. You know, I've contemplated doing this whole thing before. As in doing enough fishing during spring and summer to unlock the iridium fishing rod, but not really doing anything more than that or taking the fishing collection seriously. And then at some point during fall or winter, I would buy magic bait and try to get as many fish as possible in as small of a time frame as possible. This is the first time I've gone ahead and done that, and I gotta say, I think I prefer this over just steadily fishing the entire time. And I especially prefer it over reaching level 10 in fishing by day 10 or day 14 of spring. I've got food that gives me a fishing boost, I've got the iridium fishing rod, I've got some good bait. Overall, I'm having a far more relaxing time than I usually do while fishing. Eventually I get to the point where the only fish I have to catch up here in the mountains are the legend and the minnow. I shall do that on a day that is not today. For now, I'm going to spend the remainder of the day focusing on the river fish. Okay, now is a good time for me to mention that this right here can happen. I don't remember mentioning this before, but every once in a while, the game gets stuck when I go to sleep and the next day just doesn't begin. I haven't found a way to get past this screen when it happens. The only thing I can do is shut the game down and open it up again, and then play through the entire day all over. I just do the exact same things I did the first time whenever this happens. And it's only happened 2 more times before now, I think. Anywho, here we are on day 74. I donate a ton of fish. The end result is I only have the specialty fish bundle and the ocean fish bundle left to do. I move my crab pots down to the beach before doing a bit of fishing in the secret woods. The wood skip and the grass carp can be found over here. From there I move down to the big forest. I wasn't aware you can catch a butterfish down here. Interesting. I spend the remainder of the day fishing in this location. On day 75 I donate a butterfish, a king salmon and a wood skip. 3 more fish remain. I complete the quality crops bundle. the summer crops bundle and make a bit of progress on the fall crops bundle. The exotic and fall foraging bundles have been finished off as well. The fishing escapades resume at the beach. I sell Joja Berry starters and use my newfound fortune to buy an auto grabber from Marnie. I grab some mayonnaise machines, cheese presses and oil makers before filling up the coop and the barn with all of the different animals. I had to sell even more Joja Berry starters, but it was worth it. Assuming I feed and pet the animals every day, we should get all of the animal products we need within the next 3 weeks. Maybe not a truffle though, that might become a problem. I catch a sandfish and spend the day fishing at the docks on Ginger Island. The Ridgeside Gathering Festival will be taking place today on day 76. I have a bit of free time before it begins, so I head off to the mines. I make it down to floor 25. Then I realize I should probably have some money on me when I go to that festival, just in case. All of the shops in town are closed on account of the Ridgeside Gathering happening today, but there is one other shop I can think of that might be open. I make my way through the volcano dungeon, eventually ending up on floor 5. I can sell my gems to the dwarf here, so we're good. It turns out there was no need for me to do any of this because I don't really need anything that's being sold at the festival. I do buy a few dishes, so that's something, right? When the festival has concluded, I return to Ginger Island. I play a game of darts to win 3 more walnuts. I ask Robin to build a pond on day 77. I proceed to spend the entire morning and afternoon fishing. The end result is I've got all of the fish I need to finish off the remaining fishing bundles in the community center. 3 rooms down, 3 more to go. I've officially found my groove when it comes to fishing, so let's keep it going. I spend the remainder of the day fishing in Mineral Town. I add preserve jars to a shed on day 78. I fill them with Joja berries and Joja veggies. I make 4 crystallariums, pick up all the others and place them down in a shed. We now have 14 crystals being produced every 3 days. I set my geode crushers up in the same shed as the crystallariums. Then I accept an order from Linus. I'm sure we're all familiar with this order. I have to collect 20 pieces of trash and put them in a dumpster. Mr. Key wants me to give 50 loved gifts. Yup, I can do this one no problem. I use the gems I received to buy even more magic bait. Then I talk to William up in the mountains. He gives me a copper pan which I immediately send to Clinton. I'm gonna bump it up to iridium quality before I do any panning. The remainder of the day is spent fishing in Mineral Town. I did make a bit of time near the end of the day to visit the greenhouse near Ridgeside Village. Bliss appears and tells me I was able to save that soul. It turns out the spirit had been tricked by wicked forces. They trapped her inside the greenhouse and she was stuck there ever since that happened. But now she's finally free, and we have unlocked another greenhouse. I sold a ton of coffee to earn over 70,000 gold. Oh, and I threw an ostrich egg into the shipping bin. I could have kept it and put it into an ostrich incubator in the barn, but I mean, no. Marlin is here on day 79. He tells me to visit the guild when I get a chance. That I shall do, but first, fishing. Today we're in the mines. If I'm being honest, I've been putting off trying to catch the lava eel. Quite frankly, it terrifies me. But I finally went for it and I caught it. Marlin has decided it's time for me to visit lands up in the highlands. The only way we can get there is by using Marlin's boat. But Marlin wants a few items in return for letting me use his boat. Is it just me or does this feel a bit out of character for Marlin? Like, I don't think Marlin is the type of person to say, yeah, I'll do something nice for you, but I want something nice in return before I even do it for you. I understand having to do something to unlock the boat. But this isn't something Marlin would do in my opinion. It doesn't make sense for his character in my mind. But that's just me. Regardless, I knew this was coming, so I prepared for it a long time ago. I give Marlin all of the items he wanted, then I spend the remainder of the day fishing in Ridgeside Village. I begin at the river before moving to the other river. This is fun, I'm enjoying this whole fishing experience. Marlin has paid me a visit on day 80. I can now use his boat. The silver pan has been obtained, so I send it back to be upgraded to gold. One more time and that bad boy will be iridium quality. Every tree I planted in the cave is producing fruit. Lovely stuff. There's a little plot of land at the bottom of the Ginger Island farm and nothing was growing on it, and that annoyed me. So I planted a few mixed seeds. One of the big benefits of Ginger Island is these seeds can sprout into literally any crop in the game. We could get strawberries, melons, blueberries, cranberries, so many different items here. I asked Robin to build a second pond, and that is everything I wanted to do today taken care of. So off we go to the Highlands. I watch a cutscene showing me the area. It looks beautiful. We say hello to Lance and have a jolly good time together. I was planning on coming back here immediately after the cutscene ended, but I just remembered something else I want to do, nay, something I need to do. I go fishing in the forest in Ridgeside Village. This is not an easy thing to do. The enemies here have no respect for the art of fishing. They will fly over to you while you're fishing. They will attack you while you're fishing. And worst of all, they won't feel bad about it. I catch many a fish before eventually encountering a legendary fish, the Deep Ridge Angler. The fish itself isn't too difficult. Trying to catch it while being attacked by the monsters I mentioned? That's a different story altogether. Thankfully I'm able to catch it along with the other fish that appear in this location. I only have to catch 2 more fish from the Ridgeside Village mod. They are legendary fish and I am terrified of them. I drop off all of the fish Belinda wants completing her order. I receive 69,000 gold and a very intense feeling of personal satisfaction. Day 81 begins with a letter from Belinda. She tells me to meet her in the Ridge Falls to behold the fruit of her labor. I'm being told to meet with a lot of people lately. The geode crushers have been hard at work. We are very quickly approaching the point where I grow Joja berries exclusively for a season or 2 or 3 or maybe 4. I donate some items to the museum and a persimmon to the community center. I only need 1 more item to finish off the artisan bundle. Right, let's get back to the Highlands. The goal here is pretty simple. Obtain at least 1 each of the monster crop seeds, defeat a big monster on the top of the mountain, and use the key it drops to do something. I'm not going to spoil that one, just in case anybody doesn't know what it does. The problem of getting a truffle for the community center has been solved. One of the enemies here decided to be very kind and drop one for me. I defeat a load of those mushroom enemies, and at this point I've got 3 of the 4 monster crop seeds. I was going to go inside, but I sort of second guessed myself. I decide to make my way up the mountain instead. I break a boulder and find a bit of a hidden room. It contains diamonds, and a lot of them, and a diamond flower. There's a fish I can catch inside here too, but I'm a little burnt out on fishing, so I'll go for that one another time. I scale the mountain and reach the summit. I defeat the enemy up here, securing treasure boxes, bars, and a key. It wasn't a difficult fight, which usually isn't the case. It can be really tough. The difference here is I have a really powerful weapon. I make my way to the entrance of the cave and I place a tent down. The 4th and final monster crop seed has been acquired on day 82. I head left inside this wonderfully dangerous area and find a safe spot to go fishing. After that mini fishing adventure, I head to the top right of the map. From there, I go north and enter a cave. A dwarf has been locked inside a cage. Remember the key I got from that big enemy on the mountain? I can use it to unlock the door to the cage, freeing the dwarf. On a completely different note, I forgot to work on Linus's order. I really do want to get that done. I need the crafting recipe you get for completing it. But for now, more fishing. I get the diamond carp and I skedaddle out of the Highlands. I have Clinton upgrade the pan on day 83. I then talked to Kai and got very confused for a moment. I was wondering why he had a costume on. Then it dawned on me. The Spirits Eve festival takes place tonight. Nice, I love that festival. I spend pretty much the entire day fishing. The only other thing I do is attend the aforementioned festival. I buy the jack-o'-lantern crafting recipe and a rare crow. I donate a truffle to the community center on day 84. The artisan bundle is now done and dusted thanks to a wonderful piece of cheese. Wool and a duck egg have been donated and the fall crops bundle has been taken care of too. I buy all of the crafting recipes Robin is selling. And I might as well get kegs, preserve jars, and bee houses while I'm here. After selling Joja Berry starters, I find myself back in Robin's. As usual, when I earn tens if not hundreds of thousands of gold, it doesn't last very long. I've decided to invest all of my money in a premium coop. Joja berries have been planted in the greenhouse in Ridgeside Village. I apologize for planting so many of them, but they're kinda sorta my favorite crop in the entire game, including any and all mods. It's very satisfying harvesting hundreds of them at one time. I will branch out and plant hundreds if not thousands of mixed seeds in the future though. With all of that out of the way, it is once again time to do some fishing. This time is different though. I'm trying to get trash. It takes only a couple of minutes for me to get everything I need. In what was a bit of an emotional moment for me, I deposit the trash into the dumpster. Pika wants me to find ingredients for a special order. The bad news is I should have accepted this order 6 days ago. The good news is I still have 8 days to do it. The bad news part 2 is that lava lilies won't appear again until fall of year 2 after today is over. I find a few of them in the forest, then I head up to the summit of this mountain. Wait, is it a forest or a mountain? Or is it both? A forest. A fountain. No, that one doesn't work. There's a farm up here that belongs to me now. This is my reward for helping Belinda and Ray. I'm sure you can guess what I'm going to be planting up here. I spent the night getting started on the layout of this farm. And that is the end of fall. It has taken quite a while, but we're finally approaching the end of the first year. Like always, let's not waste any time. Let's jump right into winter. The iridium pan has been obtained on day 85. Now I wish I could say everything after this was good news, but it isn't. Because Pika is not giving me the special order I wanted. I'm looking for the exotic ingredients order so I can get the cooking recipe for the winter-themed dish. Back at the farm, Yuma has decided to pay a visit. He tells me that Lenny wants to talk to me about something important, so let's go ahead and do that, shall we? The minecart system in the village is currently out of order, and Lenny wants me to help her fix it. Which, in Stardew Valley terms, usually translates to something along the lines of, here are all of the materials I need, go get them. Unsurprisingly, that's what happened here. I need 300 wood, 10 iron bars, and 5 gold bars. Well, the good news is I already have everything I need, so let's drop those items off. With that taken care of, I buy all of the cooking recipes that are being sold in the saloon. Then I make a cookout kit. I use it to make a fried egg, a maki roll, and a candy. All 3 items are donated to complete the chef's bundle in the community center. I sell Joja berries and use a small chunk of the money I get from them to upgrade my hoe. To round off the day, I did a bit of work on the shipping collection. I added, maybe like 20 or 30 items to it, and I earned 34,000 gold in the process. Day 86 begins in the secret woods where I collect bearberries. I also unlocked the mastery room at some point. I don't know when exactly that happened. I must have missed the notification popping up and letting me know at some point. Regardless, we're here now and we've unlocked farming and fishing mastery. The iridium scythe will help us harvest our crappie whoppies a lot faster, and the advanced iridium rod will make it even easier to catch all of the remaining fish. Caroline wants me to find and ship 100 pieces of ginger. The wizard wants prismatic jelly. I need to do both of these as they both give a crafting recipe as a reward. Alas, I can only choose one, so I'm gonna go with the wizard, and hopefully Caroline won't hold a grudge. It doesn't even take 1 whole minute for me to find a prismatic slime. I defeat it, earning the magical prismatic jelly. That might just be the shortest amount of time I've ever spent doing that order. The minecart system has received a bit of an update. A number of locations in Ridgeside Village have been added to the list. Over on Ginger Island, Mr. Key wants me to give out 50 loved gifts. As always, this is basically a guaranteed 40 key gems. It's a very handy one for me to get. I spend the remainder of the day working on getting all of the Mineral Town fish. None of them are difficult, which is good. They wouldn't be as hard as the legend or the glacier fish, or even the octopus. I move from the outskirts of Mineral Town to the area right before the entrance. Finally, I end up at the beach where I spend the remainder of the evening. At the end of the night, my game crashes. So I'm gonna have to do today all over again. I won't show the footage of that though, like nothing is going to change. I'm going to do the exact same thing for the most part anyway. The copper hoe has been obtained on day 87, and in news that is somehow even better, Zinnia has sent me a letter. She believes she has finally found a place that her mother wanted to find all that time ago. Both Marlon and Clinton are going to help her look for it. She wants me to join them for this adventure. She also specifies that there's no need for me to rush. Even if I don't meet them today, they'll just wait until I'm ready. They won't go without me. I complete the winter foraging bundle, which means yet another room has been finished off. There are only 2 more rooms remaining. I was able to finish off getting all of the Mineral Town fish when I redid day 86. I went for the cod first and got that one out of the way immediately. This was the only fish I had remaining at the end of the original day 86. So yeah, all of the fish from Mineral Town have been caught. After sending my hoe to Clinton, I do a bit of foraging at the beach. Then some more foraging at the summit. Pineapples and a few other crops have been harvested on Ginger Island. Like I said, anything can grow here. We ended up with strawberry, amaranth, artichoke, red cabbage, cauliflower, but wait a minute. Oh my goodness, we got our red cabbage. I genuinely, like if I hadn't planted mixed seeds here, I genuinely don't know if I would have got the red cabbage. There is a literal 0% chance that I would have completed the community center before the end of winter. It's back on the table. We can actually do it. In order to do so, I need a rabbit's foot and a duck feather for the bulletin board, and then any 3 of the following items for the animal bundle: a large milk, a large goat milk, a large brown egg, and a large white egg. I think we can do it. All I have to do is just wait for my animals to produce the items I need. We can genuinely do this. This is good. This is really good. We're back on track. Nice. In the meantime, let's do some fishing. I buy 10 dish of the sea dishes for that beautiful +3 fishing boost. I catch the angler just north of Georgia Mart. Then I catch the legend up in the mountains near Robin's house. Next up is the crimson fish down at the beach. And finally I catch my 4th legendary fish of the day, the glacier fish. Magic bait really is amazing, isn't it? I focus on catching beach fish for the remainder of the day. I buy a few void eggs from Krobus on day 88. That is followed by me catching the 5th legendary fish, the mutant carp. I make a quick trip to the desert where I catch the scorpion carp. Then I spend a large portion of the day fishing over on Ginger Island. I really was all over the place here, but I did catch multiple new fish, so things worked out. At around 7 PM, I decide to focus on a different goal entirely. First, I go after the fossilized spine, and I get it. Then I try to get the fossilized tail. It takes quite a while, but eventually I'm able to get my hands on it. I donate the final 3 artifacts to the field office, earning a couple of rewards: the crafting recipe for the ostrich incubator, 6 golden walnuts, and a banana tree sapling. Day 89 is off to a wonderful beginning as the hoe has been returned to me. I anticipated this and am more than ready to send it right back to have it upgraded once again. I plant my banana tree sapling before meeting Zinnia, Clinton, and Marlon in the mines. Clinton is a bit, I don't know, I wouldn't say he's unhappy that I'm here, but I think he maybe thought this was going to be like a date between him and Zinnia. Yeah, I saw that coming. I just knew Clinton was gonna... I knew he was going to be Clinton, if that makes sense. Zinnia tells Marlon and Clinton to stand guard and explore the area by themselves, but she wants me to accompany her. We find a very, very specific rock. The exact rock she has been looking for. She borrows Clinton's pickaxe and we both hit the rock at the same time. It breaks, revealing a staircase. Clinton appears to be very upset at this point that he isn't the one doing all of these things with Zinnia. Clinton, you don't have anything to worry about. Like, have you watched any of my videos? I haven't romanced anyone in this game in over 2 years. I literally always ask Krobus to be my roommate. You have nothing to worry about, Clinton. Like, I'm a non-factor when it comes to the romance element of a villager's life. I'm not interested. I mean, he would have known that already if he was, subscribed to my YouTube channel. Zinnia thanks me for helping her find this place. More importantly, she also tells me that she knows what she wants to do with her life now. She wants to explore all of the hidden, magical areas in this cave system and write about them. She wants to document the curiosities and the wonders and the magical elements of this valley. That was a fun cutscene. I really enjoyed that. In fact, I enjoyed all of Zinnia's storyline so far. Another cutscene is on the horizon now. This is a rather short one. The dwarf I freed from the cave in the highlands has opened a shop in the mountains here. The items they are selling are really unique, but I don't think I'm going to buy any of them. I do a bit of fishing and catch the fiber goby, followed by the highlands bass. If there's one thing I know about this place, it's that you have to be pretty careful while you're fishing here. If you don't use fences to create a barricade around yourself, then the monsters can and will attack you while you're fishing. Day 90 has arrived. I've decided to do Mr. Key's order in the most lazy way possible, by using celestial crystals. Literally every villager loves them, so I don't have to use the look up anything mod to find dozens of different items that everybody loves. All 4 items I need for the animal bundle have been produced. Lovely stuff. I dropped them off, leaving us with one final area to do. All I need is a duck feather and a rabbit's foot. The gold hoe has been obtained on day 91. With this wonderful tool in my hands, I can finally begin working on the farm in Ridgeside Village. And that is what I shall be doing for the entire day. The Festival of Ice takes place on day 92. I grab a rare crow and a cooking recipe, and yeah, that's about it really. I spent both day 93 and 94 working on the farm in Ridgeside Village. Here is the result of that work as we begin day 95. Unfortunately, I can't make use of the farm right now. The only thing I can grow here during winter is powder melon, so nothing I can do really. I accept an order from Caroline. She wants me to harvest and ship 100 pineapples. This is probably the worst of the 3 options for this order, if I'm being honest. The other 2 are ginger and taro tubers. They're a lot easier to do than this one. I mean, I know of a few methods to get pineapple seeds, but I'm not 100% certain that we can get this done. It's going to be tight. I buy Deluxe Speed Grow and harvest 2 pineapples. I toss them into a seed maker. I trade magma caps for 6 pineapple seeds at the island trader. So now I've got 21 of them in total, plus however many I get from the seed maker. I consume a monster musk and run through the volcano dungeon. The main goal is to get pineapple seeds, but I'm also getting cinder shards and walnuts. I sell gems to the dwarf on floor 5 so I can get mega bombs just to speed up the whole process of getting through the volcano dungeon. By the time I reach floor 9, I've got a total of 26 seeds. After a trip to the island trader, I've got a total of 32 pineapple seeds. Not bad. I think I can work with this. I spend the day replacing Joja berries with the pineapples. I also earn over 300,000 gold from Joja berry starters. Let me talk to you. It's been a while since I've done that, so I figured I might as well throw it in here. Hello. Okay, let's talk. So I finished editing the entire video. Literally everything else is done. And then I realized at the very end that day 96 is gone. Yeah, I don't know what happened to it, but it isn't there anymore. So I figured I would pop in here and let you all know what exactly I did on that day. I spent the entire day in the volcano dungeon and I got around 10 pineapple seeds. No, it was 10. I didn't get around 10, I got exactly 10. I don't know why I said around. Anyway, yeah, that's all I did. Okay, thank you. Bye-bye. I accept an order from Mr. Key on day 97. He wants 4 prismatic shards. This is one of those orders that you accept and then you sort of forget about until you realize you've got the items you need a couple days later or a couple weeks later. A rabbit's foot and a duck feather have been produced, so off I go to the community center where I finish off the remaining 2 bundles. It took quite some time, but we've managed to get the community center completed. Lovely jubbly. There's no time for celebrating, however, as there is still a lot of work to do. Now that the premium coop has been built, I have to move all of the animals in the original coop to the premium one. Following that, I get rid of the coop. Not the premium one, the original one. That's the one I got rid of, not the premium one. I just wanted to make that very clear. I didn't make a mistake here, don't worry. And I ask Robin to build a premium barn. I buy kegs and preserve jars along with a few geese from Marnie. I don't think I mentioned, the premium barn and coop are from the Stardew Valley expanded mod. You unlock the ability to buy geese when you buy the premium coop. I load up on hay and return to a place I am all too familiar with, the Volcano Dungeon. Lewis has sent me a letter on day 98. Basically, I've received a decent amount of friendship points with the villagers for completing the bulletin board bundles in the community center. Then, surprise surprise, I find myself in the Volcano Dungeon. I've just gotten my second pineapple seed of the day, and I think that should be enough. There is no room for error here though. If I've made a mistake, no matter how small that mistake might be while counting the pineapples and trying to figure out when they'll all grow, I can't save this. Like, genuinely, I won't know if I'm going to complete this order until the very last day of winter. We're really going down to the wire on this one. Let's not dwell on that for too long though, or I will become very nervous. Luckily, I have found a distraction in the form of the wizard. He wants me to infiltrate the home of the witch so that I can steal back the ink she stole from him. I talk to Krobus, who very kindly opens up the entrance to the mutant bug lair. I quickly make my way through the area and grab the Dark Talisman. Now, as much as I want to return to the mountains and open up the door to the witch's house using this item, I cannot, because I have to go fishing. Okay, now I'm ready. I step on the magical teleportation circle and find myself in a brand new area, courtesy of the Stardew Valley expanded mod. This place can be a bit difficult to navigate when you first come here. We don't have anything to worry about, however, because I've already played through the mod, so I know how to get through this little, this maze of sorts. The problem is, I zoned out, and I ran into a big green ghost, and I got knocked out. Yeah, that was humbling. Learning absolutely nothing from that experience, I returned to the Forbidden Maze. That's what it's called, by the way, the Forbidden Maze. I spend a lot more time than I should have defeating monsters and collecting loot. Eventually, I find myself at the teleportation circle that I can use to get out of here. Before I do so, I have another round of fishing to do. This is probably the most dangerous area to go fishing in. I had an even tougher time here than up in Ridgeside Village. Using nothing but complete sheer willpower, I get the fish I need and teleport to the witch's swamp. I give a void mayonnaise to the goblin henchman. He runs away to find a nice quiet area where he can devour that tasty, I guess, item in peace. To the surprise of nobody, I'm sure, I have to do a little bit of fishing before I go any further. Realistically, I could have come back here at a later date and done all of the fishing I've done today. I would rather get them out of the way now though. I grab the wizard's ink and I give it to the wizard. We can now buy the gold clock, Junimo huts, and obelisks from a shop here in East Tower. A new item has been added to the shop here, the Ridgeside Village obelisk. Something is happening in the forest on day 99, interesting. The goblin henchman is very unhappy with me. The witch fired him, because I distracted him with void mayonnaise, so technically it's my fault that he got fired. He's demanding that I visit him so we can talk. I don't quite feel safe going to visit him, but I'm going to because I like the character of the goblin henchman. Georgia berries. Mr. Key wants me to give 50 loved gifts. Yeah, okay, I'll do this one again. I plant all 4 monster crops on the farm before heading down to the south of the forest. I traverse through a little maze and end up in an area with a few Junimo huts. This is a magical location known as the Junimo Woods. All of the new artifacts that were added by the expanded mod can be bought in one of the shops here. I want to clarify something. The shop overhaul mod doesn't make any changes here. Literally all of the items you're seeing right now are sold by the Junimos here. You don't need that mod for this to happen. I catch a glowfish and a meteor carp, then I discover another new area. You can find a pathway in the bottom right of the big forest. That pathway leads you to an area called Sprite Spring. I swim up to a hidden cave where I find mushrooms and ancient fruit. To finish off the day, I attend the Night Market Festival, mainly because I need to catch 3 fish here, but also because I love the vibe here. It's very relaxing. It is time for me to invest in more seed makers on day 100. I want to spend as little time as possible getting all the money I need for the gold clock, so I want the production of Joja Berry starters to be as efficient as possible. Speaking of Joja Berry starters, I sell 1,900 of them to earn a whopping 1.9 million gold. I buy 10 iridium sprinklers, the items Aneta added to Pierre's shop, and a bunch of cooking ingredients. I spend the remainder of the day replacing coffee beans with Joja Berry starters. I've said Joja Berry starters so many times during this playthrough. I think that might be a sign. If I ever do a playthrough of Stardew Valley Expanded again, I won't use Joja Berries in that one. What have I done? That's not going to be good for me. Day 101 begins with a visit from Zinnia. Silly is ready to meet the entire town. Okay, right, this makes sense because I checked my friendship with Silly last night out of curiosity and I have 10 hearts of friendship with her now. So I assume that's how you get to this part of the story? The wizard wants to teach me magic. Neat. Now that the premium barn has been built, I have the slightly tedious job of moving all of the barn animals inside it. Once I've got that taken care of, I ask Robin to upgrade the house before meeting Silly, Zinnia, and Gabriel in the town center. It takes a while for any one of us to explain why we've gathered everybody here today. Understandably so. I mean, we're about to try to explain to an entire town of people how we found a slime that is friendly. And on top of that, we're also going to try to convince the town that we should all be friends with every single slime from now on. Oof. Zinnia is struggling a lot to get any words out, but Gabriel steps in to help her. He explains the history between them and humans, how we were friendly with them in the past, and how they helped us and trusted us. But then our greed got the better of us and we attacked them. Zinnia takes over and reveals Silly. There's a bit of a hullabaloo from the villagers when they first see Silly. Silly apologizes for the long-standing battle that's been happening with slimes and humans. She says that all she wants is to be friends with everybody here and for everybody to move on from the complicated past between us. Pretty much everybody is on board. They accept Silly into the town with zero hesitation. The camera pans up and we see a group of slimes up near the community center. It appears Silly isn't the only one who has forgiven humans and wants to be friends with us. The entire slime population wants the exact same thing. Silly has a present for me. She grew a slime heart, all by herself. She gives me the seeds for one, and Pierre says he's going to sell the seeds for them too. I wasn't really sure what to expect from the Adventurers Guild Expanded mod, but I've really enjoyed this whole storyline. I feel like the outcome would have been a lot different, and not in a good way if I had taken Gabriel's side back when he wanted to keep fighting slimes basically. So I'm happy I chose Zinnia and her storyline. I'll talk in more detail about the mod when we come to the end of the playthrough. For now, let me just say that was a really wholesome ending to a fun adventure. I grab all of the cooking recipes that are being sold in Pika's restaurant, and that is all for today. Day 102 begins and ends in the Skull Caverinos. I drank a monster musk before coming in, and the end result of that is me making a lot of progress on the monster eradication goals. And I collected hundreds of ores while I was here. The Queen of Sauce cookbook is being sold on day 103, so I buy it. I've been waiting quite a while for this one to show up. Once again, it's off to the Caverinos for the entire day. I find a prismatic shard, which is the 4th one I needed for Mr. Key's order. I harvest 42 pineapples to begin day 104. I should be able to get a second harvest from these specific ones one more time before winter ends, so that's another 42 guaranteed. And I have another 18, 19, maybe 20 of them growing. which also should be ready before the end of winter. I hope so. After delivering the 4 prismatic shards to Mr. Key, I enter the mines. It took the entire day, but I was able to finish off the dust sprite goal. I wanted to grab the burglar ring you get as a reward for completing that goal, so I made a beeline for the Adventurers Guild. A warrior by the name of Alicia is here. She is a talented sniper. Alicia is a really cool character in my opinion. I hope at some point the Stardew Valley Expanded mod fleshes out her character a bit more. Maybe give us a storyline centered around her in the future, maybe? Things take a dramatic turn for the worse as the next cutscene is anything but lighthearted. Gabriel is having a nightmare and he can't wake up. The wizard knows of only one way to wake him up. He can cast a spell to transport somebody into Gabriel's nightmare. It is a very dangerous spell and could easily go terribly wrong. So I volunteer myself immediately. The wizard does his whole magic thingy and puts me in Gabriel's nightmare. It's obvious immediately that his nightmare is about the day that his mother passed away. It happened because she was protecting Gabriel. He was a child and he was in danger. She sacrificed herself to save him. Gabriel blames himself for what happened. I tell him it isn't his fault, and I wasn't saying that just for the sake of saying it. I don't exactly know what happened, but he was just a kid. Gabriel forgives himself, which is one of the most powerful things you can do in a situation like this. So, I guess I'm proud of him. Gabriel promises to maybe tell me what actually happened that day with his mom. He says he's going to try to forgive himself for the mistakes that he's made. He also realizes how upset Zinnia was when he was having the nightmare, so he's going to talk to Harvey and ask for help in that area too. I grab all of the rewards I've earned from doing the monster eradication goals and I buy 4 iridium bands. As fast as I possibly can, I use the minecart to get to floor 10 in the volcano. Then I combine all of my rings together. And I made 1.6 million gold. Sweet. The wizard teaches me how to make teleportation circles on day 105. And what better way for me to practice what I've learned than by putting it to use? I meet the wizard in the backwoods behind my farm. I then follow him up the steps into an area called the Nexus. All of the teleportation circles I create in the future can be found here. The wizard helps me set up my first one, linking the Nexus to his tower. The remainder of the day is spent in the Caverinos. I complete the Serpent eradication goal while I'm inside here. I think I only have the Magma Sprite eradication goal left to do. I'm not 100% certain, but I'm fairly confident in saying that. I pay a visit to Marlin, who helps me create a teleportation circle linking the Adventurers Guild to my Nexus. I'm on a bit of a roll right now, so I keep the whole magic thing going. I create another circle down in Sprite Spring and one more down in the Junimo Woods. I begin day 106 by making another teleportation circle right here on the farm. Gunther has an order for me. He wants me to bring him 100 bones. I initially went over to the mines to defeat skeletons for the bones, but then I got an idea. I buy a couple of mega bombs from the dwarf and head over to Ginger Island. I harvest a few pineapples and throw them into the shipping bin. Then I do what I actually came here to do. I place bombs at the dig site to blow up all of the rocks. I receive over 30 bones by doing this. Not quite enough to complete Gunther's order, but it was certainly a lovely boost. I return to the mines to gather the remainder of them. It doesn't take very long at all thanks to a combination of the monster musk and the burglar ring. Before I know it, I'm down in the museum handing the bones over. On the topic of special orders, Mr. Key wants me to reach level 100 in the upgraded Skull Caverns. I might as well use my key gems to buy some crafting recipes while I'm here. The shopping spree continues in the desert as I buy 225 starfruit seeds and a cooking recipe. I spend the day planting my starfruit. I ask Robin to upgrade my house on day 107. I wanted to destroy the barn and move a couple of buildings around, but I can't because Robin goes to gym class on Tuesday. So I got here just in time to ask her to upgrade the house, but I can't do anything else here. I thought I was out of luck until I remembered that you can do so in the Wizard's Tower. I head over to the Forbidden Maze where I formally introduce myself to the Goblin Henchman. Hello. I'm sorry for getting you fired. He gives me a request. Well, no, it's not a request. I kind of have to do this because of what I did to him. I have to bring him swamp flowers and different types of mushrooms. He's going to give these items to the witch and hopefully she'll give him his job back as a token of gratitude for these items. I already have a decent amount of them, so it doesn't take too long for me to get the remaining items that I need. I drop them off, completing the goblin's order. When you enter the water here in Sprite Spring, one of your skills gets a boost. It's entirely random. Today my combat was boosted. I got +3 attack. I want to mention that now because I'm going to try to get the fishing boost every day if I can. Speaking of fishing, the remainder of the day is spent fishing on Ginger Island. The goblin is here on day 108. He thanks me for giving him all of the flowers and mushrooms. The witch didn't give him his job back though. The good news, no, the phenomenal news is the goblin wants to be my friend. I buy magic bait from a Junimo hut. I never want to run out of this stuff. It's making the whole fishing thing a lot easier for me. I was hoping the wolf snapper would appear, but it didn't, and I got bored, so I decided to make butter instead. Yeah, I don't know why that was my backup plan, it just kinda was. I place a battery pack into the box in the tunnel. Then I place a rainbow shell into the box at the railroad, followed by 10 beets into the fridge in Lewis's house. And finally, I put a solar essence into the mouth of the skeleton all the way down here at the bottom of the desert. I buy a rare crow from the dwarf, grab the casino membership card from the pile of wood beside my house, and enter the casino. My goal was to win enough key coins to buy the rare crow, but I was having no luck whatsoever, so in the end I decided to just buy all of the coins instead. It was definitely worth it, as the crafting recipe for the deluxe scarecrow has been received on day 109. Today was a bit of a lazy day on account of the Feast of the Winter Star Festival taking place. I had some wonderful conversations with the lovely people of Pelican Town, and I gave a fairy rose to Jazz. Jody then gave me a poppy seed muffin. Thank you. Day 110 begins with the realization that I've completed all 5 levels of mastery. It turns out it's rather easy to get it done when you're harvesting hundreds of Joja berries every single week. After grabbing the final 3 mastery rewards, I accept an order from Pika. The first 2 items are fine. They're both fish, which are easy to get. In fact, I think I already have all 6 of them. The problem is the 20 Sierra Wintergreen and the 20 Frost Clump berries. I have 12 Wintergreen and 5 Clump berries. I'm going to try to bump those up to 20 each before winter ends, but it isn't very likely. I meet Belinda in the west of the forest here in Ridgeside. She shows me a brand new area. This is the reward for catching all of the fish she asked me to get during fall, I think it was. I'm sorry, the days are kind of blending together now. It's getting difficult for me to remember exactly when certain things happened. Regardless, we are in a very special area. All of the fish I deliver to her can be caught here anytime regardless of the season. I've got 17 wintergreen and 6 clump berries. Things really aren't looking good in the frost clump berry department. I'm not getting this one done. I buy mini fridges and a workbench on day 111. I'm gonna start throwing all of the ingredients I have for cooking recipes into fridges. After I've done that, I'm going to make all of the dishes I can at this point, which ends up being a bit more than I thought it would. So that was a pleasant surprise. I've also done the same thing for crafting recipes. I've taken all of the materials I have and put them into a chest. Well, no, it wasn't a chest, it was multiple, but you get the point. There's a very handy mod called Stardew Progress. It lets me see what ingredients I still need. Again, surprisingly enough, I've got most of the crafting ingredients already. One thing I am missing though is the swamp flowers. So I spend the remainder of the day in the Forbidden Maze getting a bunch of them. And finally we arrive to day 112, the very last day of winter. I begin by harvesting my pineapples. I can tell that I've harvested enough pineapples for Caroline's order because the ding noise played while I was harvesting them, so I should complete the order when I go to sleep tonight. I craft as many items as I can before taking a look at the list of dishes in the menu. I'm not doing too bad here, I think. I still have to unlock, I don't know, 20, maybe 30 recipes? but I get the feeling I'll unlock most of them naturally as I increase my remaining friendships. As for the crafting recipes, I'm doing even better in this area. I don't think we'll encounter any issues here. I plant 3 mystic tree seeds, sprinkling fertilizer on them as I do. I wander aimlessly around Mineral Town before stumbling into the shop. Hold on, all of these items, the miso, the salted butter, the curry powder, they're all in the list of cooking recipes. And so is the daily special here in the Moonlight Inn. I feel like I would have been able to buy the recipes for these dishes if I was actually able to make them. I'm gonna operate under the assumption that I can't actually cook them, even though they're listed as a cooking recipe. I know that doesn't make a lot of sense, but this has happened before in 1 or 2 other mods. And I remember everything worked out fine, and this was the case in those mods. Oh yeah, look, there's more dishes being sold here too. I think we're okay. I'm choosing to believe that most of the Mineral Town dishes can't be unlocked, so I'm not worried about that whatsoever. What I am worried about is the sapling being sold by 1. I only have 3 1 tickets, and I need 15 for that sapling. And based on the shipping collection, there's another 2 saplings. Right, I think I've spent more than enough time talking about the first year. So as myself and what looks like every single villager in the entire game gathers here in Ridgeside Village to bid adieu to what was a beautiful first year, I just want to say thank you so much for sticking around for this long, especially with how long this video is. I hope you've enjoyed watching me explore all of these mods, big and small, during the last 112 days. Now I don't know about you, but I am very excited to see what happens during the next 112 days and beyond as we inch closer and closer to achieving 100% completion. So, let's see what happens. Mr. Kent is here on day 113, welcome to town, and Kim Paw is here too. He lets me know that new items have been added to his shop over in the Nightingale Orchard. I assume he's referring to fruit tree saplings, so I'll definitely have to pop in at some point and buy them. Over in Ridgeside Village, Maeve wants me to bring her eggs, wool, and milk. This wasn't the order I was looking for. I really wanted Pika to show up here, so I can get the cooking recipe for the spring dish. I take all of the eggs, milk, and wool that I have, and I drop them off, but it isn't enough, so I'll have to check my coop and barn from time to time to get the rest of them. Tort's birthday is today, so I deliver his gift to him in person. Despite not getting an order from Pika today, there's still a chance to get it during spring, so I'm going to be doing a lot of foraging when I have any free time just to be prepared. I buy the 2 new fruit tree saplings from Kimpaw and resume my foraging escapades over in Mineral Town. So when it comes to 1 tickets, I can get them by digging up artifact spots. Now I could spend ages doing this normally, but I've just had an idea. I'm going to make a treasure totem when I get Mystic Syrup. I can use them to summon artifact spots and maybe potentially get 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 tickets with each totem. I begin day 114 by making a few dishes. All of them are from Mineral Town. Speaking of dishes, I plant tea saplings as I need to get tea leaves and green tea for cooking recipes. Mr. Key wants 100 each of different coloured items. This one is a bit of a walk in the park, if I'm being honest. I already have everything I need, so a tasty 35 key gems have been added to my collection. Naomi has come to town. I think I can get 1 cooking recipe by working on her friendship. And again, I'm not 100% certain, but I think a shop opens up in the hotel in Ridgeside Village now that she's come to town. I enter the secret woods while having maple syrup in my inventory. This allows me to meet the bear. They have a shop in the big forest where I can buy another 2 cooking recipes. Yeah, we're approaching the cleanup portion of the playthrough. This is where I focus on unlocking all of the remaining cooking and crafting recipes. It can get a bit boring, so I'll do my best not to draw it out. Naomi is here on the farm on day 115. She notifies me that a cafe has opened up in the hotel. Yes, that is what I was talking about yesterday when I said that a new shop opens up in the hotel. This is what I was talking about, the cafe. I spend 10 walnuts to unlock the fast travel system here on Ginger Island. That was the last item I can spend my walnuts on, so I can now trade my remaining walnuts for key gems. I decide to buy Pierre's missing stock list. I can now buy every single seed from his shop regardless of the season I'm in. It is very handy. Nobody is at the till here in the cafe and the hotel. Thankfully, the creator of the Ridgeside Village mod was kind enough to offer an alternative way of buying the cooking recipes. If I simply interact with the catalogue here, I can open up the shop and buy all of the recipes. Another thing I can do inside this hotel is organize a party for a villager's birthday. I choose to have a party for Kent. He's only just come to town, so I want to make as much progress as possible on his friendship as quickly as possible. I make a couple of dishes, go foraging at the summit, and grab 2 prize tickets at the special orders board. I trade all 6 of them and receive the Friendship 101 book. Maybe I should have done this sooner now that I think about it. You see, this book right here increases the amount of friendship points you earn with a villager, so it would have been very handy. Susan wants quality fertilizer. I won't get a crafting recipe for doing this order, but that stuff is easy to make, so I might as well get this order done. At the bulletin board, Marnie wants Crampleton orange chicken, which reminds me of something important. I need to watch all of Sophia's cutscenes. This person right here is the reason why I need to do that. Her name is Scarlet, and she only becomes an official villager when you watch Sophia's 8-heart cutscene. And you have to complete the community center, which I've already done. Or you can do the whole Joja thing if you want to do it that way, but we did the community center, so we're good. I've talked about Sophia in all 3 playthroughs I've done that included the Stardew Expanded mod. But I'm gonna do it again here, just in case anybody is unfamiliar with her and her backstory. Sophia is not doing very well. She has good days and bad days, but the bad days they're pretty rough. That much is made very clear from the get-go. She's still healing from something that we don't really know about yet, but we shall find out what that is very, very soon. I use a rain totem as it has to be raining in order to activate the next cutscene involving Sophia. I make quality fertilizer and pay a visit to Annetta. She wants me to bring her 2 starfruit, as she's been intrigued by this fruit ever since she arrived here. Well, luckily for you, Annetta, I happened to grow a few of them during summer of last year, so I can definitely do this one for you. She also wants items in hues of yellow or gold. A gold bar maybe, will that do the job? I went to give her 2 starfruit, but it turns out a starfruit counts as the yellow or gold item. Not to worry, I have more, so this isn't the end of the world. I give her 2 more starfruit to complete the job she gave me. They tell me that they spoke with Marnie and how did that conversation go? Hold on a minute, I wish we could have seen that. How does a bear just walk in and talk to Marnie? I want to see Marnie's reaction to that. Anyway, the result of that conversation is that we can now add bears to the barn. I buy the animal catalog, which allows me to use Marnie's shop whenever she isn't there. Then I add bears and camels to the barn, both of which come from the Stardew Valley Expanded mod. I complete enough jobs to earn a prize ticket, then I spend the remainder of the day foraging. Joja Mart has been struck by lightning, interesting. Annetta has sent me a lovely painting on day 116, thank you very much. The moment has come for Gabriel to tell us all about the day he lost his mother. Years ago, Daisy, who is his mother, went off to explore the mines, which is something she did from time to time back then. She tells Gabriel, who was just a kid at the time, to go into the guild and stay there with Gil, but he didn't. He decided that today was going to be the day that he too explores the mines. So he snuck inside and went down a staircase. A few moments later, a serpent appeared. It dove towards him and he did the only thing he could think of. He called out for his mother to help him. Daisy heard his cry and she came down into the mines. She was ready to battle the serpent, only she didn't have her sword with her. The serpent attacked, and it was already over. Later on that day, Gabriel's father, Daniel, was waiting outside the mines with Gabriel. Marlon came running over, brought Daniel into the mines, and showed him what happened to Daisy. So Zinnia and Marlon finally know the truth about what happened to Daisy. They can see how much this has been affecting Gabriel for pretty much his entire life since it happened, and they tell him it's okay. He was just a kid, there was nothing he could have done. More importantly, they tell him it wasn't his fault. The cutscene ends with the spirit of Daisy watching over us. She's proud of Gabriel for finally forgiving himself for what happened on that one day. And that is what I assume to be the final cutscene in the Adventurers Guild Expanded mod. That got me a bit emotional there, I won't lie. I'm glad I included that mod now that I've played through the entire thing and seen the resolution, I suppose, of the entire story. I head over to the hotel in Richside Village to attend the party I organised for Kent. I did this mainly for the friendship points, but I also think Kent is a cool villager, so I would have done it either way even if I didn't get any friendship points for this. No, I'm lying, I wouldn't have done this if it didn't give me friendship points with him. I wouldn't. Let's move on. Gabriel is here, and he gives me the crafting recipe for the Fire Slime Soul, the Frozen Slime Soul, and the True Slime Energy. Beautiful, I've been waiting to get my hands on these crafting recipes. Next up is a cutscene featuring Sophia. She's all by herself at the graveyard looking awfully sad. I pay her a visit, but she isn't really in the mood to talk. Right as I'm about to leave her house, she tells me to wait, so I think she's changed her mind. We watch TV to cheer her up. I have received multiple cooking recipes on day 117 thanks to the work I've done on my friendships. I harvest starfruit over on Ginger Island, and I get all of the walnuts you can obtain by harvesting crops over here while doing so. Nice. I talk to Birdie to begin her quest. She gives me an item. My job is to trade this item for another item, then trade that one for another one. And that keeps going until somebody gives me the pirate's locket. And so off I go. Kent, Gustavo, Sandy, George, the wizard, and William. I give the locket to Birdie to complete her quest. I receive the crafting recipe for fairy dust and 5 golden walnuts. I spend the remainder of the day working on the farm here in Ridgeside Village. I begin day 118 by visiting Sophia. She's hard at work, checking on the wine she's been aging in her basement. The reason why she's struggling so much right now is because her parents were involved in a car crash, and they didn't make it. They moved on, if you get what I'm saying. Ever since then, things haven't been good for Sophia. There's been more bad days than good days. Recently though, she's been getting better, slowly but surely getting better. After bringing quality fertilizer to Susan, I complete a few jobs to earn 2 prize tickets. I've decided to mention the jobs thing again simply because I'm trying to get a star drop tea, and I do. I give the tea to Krobus to bump him up to 10 hearts of friendship. I buy a cooking recipe from him and partake in a little shopping spree in the desert. I get the Void Ghost Pendant, gold carrot seeds, and Uva Ursi. That last one is a forage item from Cape Stardew. I've no idea why it's being sold at the merchant here, but I mean, I'll take it. I trade Omni Geodes for artifact troves before giving the Void Ghost Pendant to Krobus. He is now officially my roommate. Yeah, like I said a while ago, Clinton really has nothing to worry about. I'm always going to ask Krobus to move in with me. That won't change, ever. I donate many artifacts to the museum, then I open up all of my artifact troves. Even more artifacts are donated. The remainder of the day is spent foraging. I make the following items to begin day 119. A cask, fairy dust, a solar panel, the fire and frozen slime souls, and true slime energy. Oh, and a Mineral Town warp totem as well. It's been a while since I've seen Jelly, so off I go to their home in Cape Stardew. They warn me that the creatures of the cavern have been stirring up trouble lately. They ask me to defeat 3 of these monsters. Oh, I still have to get the 2 crafting recipes that Jelly has for sale. I forgot about those. I can get them whenever. There's no rush. I spent so much time trying to find the monsters Jelly was talking about, like almost an embarrassing amount of time. It turns out the monsters they were talking about are the dinosaurs. On the bright side, I've just noticed an area that I completely missed every single time I came in here before. And boy am I glad I noticed it today, because I spy a gem that I need for the museum. The lunar crystal shard has been obtained, which means I only need 1 more mineral from Cape Stardew. I tell Jelly about the monsters I defeated, they thank me and give me 1,000 gold for my services. Then they ask me if they can have one of the lunar crystal shards that I found. I have a lot more than I need, so I don't mind giving one away, especially to Jelly. I donate the shard and go foraging for the remainder of the evening. Day 120 begins with a letter from Jelly. They want to give me something as a token of their gratitude. please, 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 please let it be that final gem I need for the museum. Please just give me that one mineral. I collect a few bits and bobs around Mineral Town before accepting an order from Pika. I've over-prepared for this one if I'm being honest, but I suppose it's better to over-prepare than it is to under-prepare, right? Long story short, it will not take very long at all for me to get the items I need for Pika's order, especially considering the only thing I need is one fish. Yeah. I drop everything off, completing the first of Pika's 4 orders. 1 cooking recipe has been obtained. 3 more remain. From Pika, I mean. There's quite a bit more than 3 recipes left to unlock overall. I meet Aneta at the beach. She can sense that Jelly is close by, but she doesn't know exactly who or what they are. I don't outright tell her about Jelly, but I do give her a bit of a hint that there's a spirit, I suppose, in the waters here. Aneta has a rather tame reaction to what I tell her, so, you know, fair play to her for that. She also just found the cabin that I donated items to, and she somehow immediately knows that I had something to do with it being fixed. I gotta say, Aneta is an interesting critter, that's for true. In other news, I have found the gift Jelly has for me. Not just 1 pretty stone, but 5 of them. It looks like my wish came true because this is the final gem from Cape Stardew that I need. The pretty stone has been donated. I think Mr. Key knows how easy it is for me to give items to villagers, because he's given me the order to give 50 loved gifts for the 4th time, I believe. Lance's birthday is today, so I sent him a monster mushroom. I also give him the monster crops he wants as we begin day 121. I pay a visit to his home in the Highlands. He creates a magical barrier that makes us invisible to all of the monsters here. This allows us to go on a bit of a field trip around the area. It was a whimsical experience, I must admit. I use a rain totem to ensure it rains here tomorrow before spending the entire day foraging. I also earn 1.4 million gold. Lance is here on the farm on day 122. We've been seeing a lot of Lance lately. He tells me to meet him on Ginger Island as soon as I can. And I will after I take care of something else first. Because it's raining, the green mushroom monster should spawn right here in the Highlands. And it does. I defeat it to get the green mushroom I need for the shipping collection. Then I meet Lance over on the island. He takes me to an area called the Fable Reef. The members of the first guild live here. Lance shows them all of the monster crops that I grew and then brought to him. They are astonished upon seeing these crops. I feel like I've done a good job here. I feel oddly proud of myself for growing those monster crops. The wizard knocks on my door on day 123. He tells me I can use a teleportation circle in his tower to visit the Fable Reef whenever I please. And I'm gonna take advantage of that right now, because with a new area comes new forage items and new fish. After picking up a shark tooth and a golden ocean flower, I catch a legendary fish, the turret fish. The thing with fishing at this point is if you have the trap bobber and the cork bobber equipped, the fish catch themselves. You don't really have to move the bar all that much. I place tappers on 2 mystic trees on the morning of day 124. Then I use fairy dust to produce 8 mystic syrup right away. My first destination is the Adventurers Guild. I use a totem to create artifact spots, which gets me the boomerang, the rusty shield, and amber. Following that, I move down to the area east of the museum where I get the old coin and the faded button. North of Georgia Mart, I dig up a strange doll and I find another one over in the desert. I donate everything I got to the museum. All that remains is 2 more artifacts. The Egg Festival takes place on day 125. Now, I could have taken part in the egg hunt, but I decided to be nice and let somebody else win it this year. I leave before it even begins. I also want to take this moment to say that I can feel myself getting sick. Like, I think I'm getting a cold, which isn't good because I need my voice. I can't have it fail me right now. And I think it started a lot sooner than this, if I'm being honest. So apologies if you noticed a change in my voice and it kind of took away from the video. I hope I get better soon. I do nothing on day 126. I trade walnuts for key gems on day 127, and I get the crafting recipe for Bluegrass Starter. If I can get 26 more key gems, I'll be able to get the last recipe in this room. Mr. Key wants me to ship 100,000 gold worth of freshly cooked items. There's a very convenient way to do this order. If you have enough money, you can buy coffee from the saloon and turn all of them into triple shot espressos. I think you need 223 espressos to earn 100,000 gold. That is exactly what I'll be doing for this one. I use a treasure totem at the beach in Mineral Town. I get 5 1 tickets for doing so. The second totem provides me with 8 more tickets. I now have enough to get the saplings, so I do. The Desert Festival takes place today and on the 16th and 17th days of spring. I took a look around and there doesn't seem to be anything new here. As in the mods I have installed, none of them add anything to this festival. So I'm gonna spend the rest of today as well as day 128 and day 129 just harvesting Joja berries, as well as doing a bit of foraging and talking to the villagers. Right, I have a bit of bad news as we begin day 130. The gameplay audio is gone again. I don't know why. Thankfully, we have a cutscene to offset the negative vibes that have been created. And surprisingly enough, I've never seen this one. Like genuinely, I didn't see this when I played Ridgeside Village before. I meet somebody named Peepo in the Ridgeside Village, over by the greenhouse that I own. They are accompanied by a Junimo called Lil Acorn. Like Lil, Lil Acorn. That would be my stage name if I was an artist. I should have called my YouTube channel Lil Acorn. I like that name, that's cool. They're searching for somebody, and Acorn thought that he sensed her in this forest a while ago. They're disappointed when I tell them that I haven't seen anybody around, but I promise to keep an eye out for them. While I'm in Ridgeside Village, I might as well pay a visit to Dr. Aguirre. I walk into his house and catch him using magic to do his laundry. He's not happy at all that I trespassed. I mean, let's not sugarcoat it, that's exactly what I did. I trespassed, so his reaction is understandable in my eyes. He calms down when he realizes that I too have an understanding of magic, and within moments he tells me about a top secret project that he's working on. He's researching a magical power that's coming from below the village. And that's all he's willing to tell me for now, so I guess we're playing a bit of a waiting game to find out what exactly is going on here. I tried to get the last 2 artifacts I need by using treasure totems in the desert, but I do not. I feel like it's going to take a while before I get these 2 artifacts. I remember them being pretty difficult. Wait a minute. I can just buy them in the Junimo Woods. Wait a minute, one of the Junimos there sells them. I handed over 64,000 gold for the 2 of these items, but I think it was worth it. After grabbing all of the Joja berry starters that have been produced, I donate the final 2 items to the museum. A star drop has been obtained. Lovely stuff. I sell all of my Joja berries, bumping me up to 11 million gold. Let's not waste any time. Let's buy the golden clock. I gotta say, I feel so much relief right now. I always feel like, I don't know how many of you do this, but like, you know how you can have a video playing for background noise? Well, when I'm playing Stardew Valley, the background noise is a little voice in my head telling me that I need 10 million gold for the golden clock. That voice kicks in on day 1, and it stays there all the way up until I get that golden clock. It is horrible, it really is. But finally, that voice has been silenced. Mr. Key has sent me the golden piggy bank on day 131. This absolute travesty of an item is the biggest scallywag of all time. If you put it on the ground, you can put money into it. That's it. That's all you can do. You can't even take the money back out. Once you put it in, it's gone. You're never seeing that money ever again. Oh, it's this one. Okay, I want to give a heads up before I start talking about this next cutscene. It involves somebody losing their dog. I know from experience how difficult that can be to go through. So I just want to let you all know that I'm going to be talking about this topic for around a minute, I would imagine. So for the cutscene that's going to happen right now, and for any cutscene that's related to this in the future, if there is any, I'll put like a bit of text right next to the day in the bottom left saying that we're talking about this cutscene right now, just so you know. So Kenneth from Ridgeside Village has created a robot in the shape of a dog. And at first I was thinking, alright, that's kinda cool. But then the robot falls apart and we realize why he made the robot. He lost his dog years ago and he's been trying to revive him ever since. And the way he's doing that is by creating a robot version of his dog. His dog was all he ever had and he lost him 6 years ago. Ever since that happened, Kenneth has been just completely obsessed with making this robot. I tell Kenneth that I think he should move on. This isn't healthy anymore. Even now, I still think about my dog and I lost him, it was 6 years ago too. Wow. It can be tough. Like, it's not like losing a best friend. It's exactly that. You are losing a best friend. It is losing a best friend. But after a certain point, I started remembering all of the good times rather than focusing on the fact that he isn't here anymore. And I think for the sake of Kenneth, he needs to start doing the same thing. This is a bad time to move on to a new cutscene, but I meet the wizard and Dr. Aguiar to discuss the magical power below the village. This whole thing began many years ago, and as of right now, it isn't strong enough to pose a threat. What it is doing is increasing the number of monsters in the mines. It caused all of the monsters in the Skull Caverns to reawaken for the first time in centuries. And worst of all, sometimes it even wakes Dr. Aguiar up during the night. Alright, I've heard enough, I will help you, don't worry. They ask me for my help in dealing with this magic. I say yes and agree to a future meeting where we can discuss the matter further. I meet Silly and Zinnia in town on day 132. Silly initially is visibly upset, but she cheers up when she sees me. According to Zinnia, Silly has been sad for the last few days and she doesn't really know why. Silly then tells me that she wants to move to my farm. Zinnia and I both think that is a fantastic idea. We begin talking about building a room for Silly beneath my house. Robin very conveniently happens to be listening to our conversation at that very moment, and she offers to help. All she needs is 100 hardwood. I chop down a few stumps and logs to get hardwood, pick up forage items at the summit, and talk to Dr. Aguiar. He takes me to what he believes is the source of the magic. We go underground and yep, here we are. Dr. Aguiar has no idea how these trees are able to grow down here. They simply shouldn't be able to. If nothing is done about these trees, then the entire village is going to be destroyed. It's not a maybe, it's going to happen. Now we can't do anything about it at the moment, but he's going to figure out a way to destroy those trees and prevent the village from being wiped out. I find something in this house? That is terrifying. I gotta say, I don't like that. That looks scary. They tell me to return here tomorrow night so they can properly introduce themselves to me. I go inside the house and they properly introduce themselves to me. Alright, I guess I don't have to wait until tomorrow? A girl called Andrea sort of like spawns in. She is an elf. She can shapeshift and stuff. Andrea tells me about how she had an old friend back in the day. He told her that if anybody can find her, especially given her ability to shapeshift, then she should become friends with them. Hence, her introducing herself to me right now. Andrea challenges me to a daily game of hide and seek. If I can find her, she'll give me an item. I do nothing on day 133. I was feeling lazy. Dr. Aguiar is here on day 134. He has found a way to destroy the magic and save the entire village. I accompany him to the underground area we found. He uses a magical spell to destroy the trees. If we want to make sure that the trees don't grow here again, then we have to grow something else inside here, which means I have a choice to make: flowers or fruit. This is a very easy choice. It can be very difficult and take a lot of time to find the foxbloom flower, unless you choose the flowers option here. By doing so, there's a pretty decent chance to find it down here. And that is the end of the tale of Dr. Aguiar and his quest to save the village. I harvest tea leaves and go down into the magical area. There's nothing here yet. I don't know what I was expecting really. It's way too soon for any flowers to spawn. I collect hardwood and that is it for today. I talked to Zane on day 135. You are new. New to this playthrough anyway, he's only recently come to Ridgeside Village. I have accepted my final order from Mr. Key. 100 each of different colored items have been handed over, and the crafting recipe for the hopper has been obtained. Annetta talks to me about how she can't stop thinking about jelly. The hint I gave her about a spirit in the cavern, that alone was enough to open her eyes to the beauty and the serenity of the ocean. She wants to explore new wonders and dreams of meeting the spirit, embracing the ocean, and uncovering the hidden wonders of this world. The Flower Festival takes place on day 136. Just like the Desert Festival, there's nothing new here, so I don't really do anything. I meet Peepo and Little Acorn again on day 137. This time, somebody new is with them. Her name is Sari, and she is an elf. She is also Peepo's mother. They've come here to find somebody. They've gone from town to town trying to find them with no luck whatsoever so far. She believes that I know where this person is. And I believe I do too. Right at that very moment, Andrea shows up. And suddenly everything begins to make sense. Sari addresses her as Princess Andrea. We move into Andrea's home to continue the conversation. The three of them, along with other teams, were given the task of finding Andrea. You see, when she was a baby, she was stolen from their kingdom by humans. Andrea shouts at Sari to stop talking. And I don't really blame her, to be honest. This is life-changing information right here. She's basically being told that the place she thinks is her home isn't actually her home at all. At least, not her original home. And the only friend she has ever had might be a bad person. She refuses to believe this. She is adamant that her friend Arthur was kind and caring, and he was the only thing that she ever had. Even if Sari is telling the truth, Andrea doesn't want to leave. Acorn can see that Andrea is getting really sad, so he gives her a hug. That is really sweet. You know what? I'm starting the official Little Acorn fan club. Entry is free, and the only rule is to be kind to Little Acorn and Andrea and each other. Andrea still doesn't know what to do. Maybe she'll leave, maybe she'll stay here. She doesn't know. This is a lot of information to take in. Sari and Peepo are very understanding of this. They'll stay here and keep her company no matter what choice she makes in the end. I sell Joja berries because, of course I do. And I buy all 5 obelisks. And with that, I finally have the freedom to plant as many mixed seeds as I want. After all this time, I don't have to worry about money anymore. I spend day 138 frolicking around Richside Village. Something is happening down in the big forest on day 139. I go down there and enter the abandoned farmhouse. I can hear a Junimo somewhere, but I can't find them. What I do find is a golden scroll. I bring it to the wizard where he calls upon a witch named Kamala. She deciphers the scroll within seconds, which by itself is impressive. What makes it even more impressive is the fact that the wizard couldn't make heads nor tails of it. She tells me that a Junimo lives in the abandoned farmhouse in the big forest. If I want to meet them, I have to bring them 200 starfruit. So I do. Lenny wanted to have the community greenhouse in Richside Village repaired, and she asked me to get materials so she can do so. I legitimately forgot all about that until right now, so I bring her the iron bars, hardwood, and stone she requested. I also gave Robin the 100 hardwood she needs to build a house for Silly. It turns out Robin works very fast because Silly's house has already been built on day 140. She goes through a trapdoor on the porch of my house to get down to a new area. I'll follow her down in a moment. I want to read a letter I received first. Maeve, the person who wanted all of the wool, eggs, and milk, would like for me to visit her. She has a reward for me, or a token of her trust, as she puts it. Lenny lets me know that the community greenhouse is up and running again. She wants me to come to the village so I can attend the grand reopening. I am going to be a busy bee today. Here is Silly's new house, and I gotta say, it looks sterling. Silly already feels right at home inside here, which it warms my heart, it really does. I'm glad to see Silly be this happy. A Junimo called Apples has appeared in the abandoned farmhouse. They are very excited to see me. I can begin working on my friendship with them from tomorrow onwards. I attend the reopening of the community greenhouse in Richside Village. There's not much to say here. It's a greenhouse, and it was open, and then it wasn't open, but now it's open again. That's about it, really. Maeve tells me about the reward for completing her order. I can call her most trusted bank and request a loan of 500,000 gold. I can repay the loan any time I like, which is nice. The catch, however, is that I must pay it all back in one go. But that isn't all. Until I return the 500,000 gold, they're going to take 10% of all the money I make from throwing items into the shipping bin. Luckily for me, I don't have to deal with any of that, because I don't need money anymore. And that is the end of our second spring. Day 141 is the dawn of a brand new season, which means we have quite a bit of foraging to do. I start off in Mineral Town, mainly because I tend to get all of the forage I need within a couple of days of walking around this place. A second fruit tree sapling is being sold by 1. I need tickets, so I use the same tactic I did during spring. Treasure totems. It works like a charm, and I have the sapling in my possession in no time at all. The foraging adventure continues unexpectedly up on the Ridgeside Village farm. Unexpectedly because I didn't think forage would spawn up here for some reason, but it does, so yay. Pika has an order for me, but it isn't the exotic ingredients for summer, which is a bit of a shame. That being said, I do have 3 more opportunities to get it, so I'm not too bothered by this right now. Naomi has sent me a cooking recipe on day 142, thank you. And Leo has too. I give a starfruit to apples and create a teleportation circle in their house. I collect items at the summit, buy 25 red cabbage seeds, and make a few dishes. I buy a few slime heart seeds along with 8,000 mixed seeds. Well, almost 8,000, give or take a few. I'm gonna spend the rest of the day planting these seeds in all of the greenhouses I have. Kamala takes me to a brand new area on day 143, the Crimson Badlands. This right here is a very dangerous area, a place beset by both miracles and curses. It's been added to my nexus so I can come here anytime I want. Like right now, for example. I'm feeling rather confident because of the weapon I have. I shouldn't have too many issues with the monsters here. I run around collecting void souls, swirl stones, void pebbles, and defeating dozens of enemies. Then, what I like to call the boss monster of the Badlands appears. It is a giant serpent, and as comfortable as I may feel with my weapon, now more than ever I really need to be careful. It only takes 2 hits from this enemy to knock me out. I play it safe, and I eventually defeat this behemoth of an enemy. Our work here isn't quite done, however. I head left, where I defeat at least 20 mummies. I go inside the cave they were guarding, where I find multiple treasure chests. I also use a prismatic shard to open up the chest inside here. I receive the Galaxy Slingshot for doing so. This weapon reminds me of the battles I had with the Eye of Cthulhu during year 1. Wow, that feels like forever ago now. Why am I getting nostalgic over this? This is a bit emotional for me, and I don't quite know why. After leaving the Badlands, I show the Void Shard I got to Marlin. The big serpent dropped it when I defeated it. We go to the wizard and show him the item. He senses a powerful void energy emanating from me the moment I walk through the door. I give him the Void Shard and he does some magic on it. Then the shard disappears. I needed that for the shipping collection. That's not cool. Why would you do that? I needed that. Oh man, I'm gonna have to get another one now, and they can be kind of tricky to get. Anyway, according to the wizard, the shard, I really wanted to keep that item. That sucks. The shard isn't natural, according to the wizard. It was made by somebody or something with the intent of corrupting monsters. That line right there makes me really interested in seeing if a future Stardew Valley Expanded update explores that void shard even more. Who or what created it? And what was their end goal? I think that I don't know. I spend the rest of the day planting mixed seeds on the farm. Marlin is here on day 144. He will be holding a super duper important meeting at midnight and wants me to attend. I'm going to be honest, I did nothing on day 145, or 146, or 147, And maybe also on day 148. I don't know. I don't have an excuse, I just got lazy. Kiwi is here on the farm on day 149. That wasn't a thing before. That must be a new feature of the Ridgeside Village mod. I collect a few void souls in the Badlands and I battle the serpents once again. Plural. Yeah, there were many serpents. I'm pretty sure they have reduced health when more than one of them spawns, so it's a bit easier to defeat them than just one of them spawning in. There is a drawback though. They either don't drop the void shard at all, or the chance of them dropping it is severely reduced. Long story short, I wasn't able to get one today. I pay a visit to Sophia and help her tidy up her parents' room. She's going to send me something special in the mail tomorrow as a thank you. Ooh, please, maybe let it be a PSP and a copy of Grand Theft Auto Vice City Stories, maybe, please? That was the first game I ever played on the PSP like 17 years ago, I think. I need to get myself a PSP so I can play that game again. I used to love it. That might be my favorite video game of all time. I do a bit of foraging and check on my fruit trees before attending the meeting that Marlin has organized. 3 legendary monsters have been spotted in 3 different locations. A purple mushroom in the Forbidden Maze, or the Marshlands as Marlin calls it, a golden slime in the Highlands, and a diamond sand scorpion in the Crimson Badlands. My job is to defeat all 3 of them and bring Marlin the legendary item that each one of them drop. Not wanting to waste any time, I go after the golden slime as soon as day 150 begins. It doesn't take very long to find it, and I suspect the monster musk had something to do with that. I defeat it, obtaining the golden slime egg. Next, we have the diamond scorpion. A large number of serpents decided to spawn while I was looking for it, which made things a bit more complicated. So complicated, in fact, that I ran away. I find the purple mushroom crab very quickly. I defeat it with no hassle, obtaining the mega purple mushroom. I go fishing in the Badlands on day 151. Things got very scary near the end when a serpent decided to fly over to me. Luckily, I had enough time to catch the fish. Then I made sure that the serpent gets referred to in the past tense from this point forward. The luau takes place today. I considered skipping it, but I decided not to. And I'm really glad I didn't skip it, because the cooking recipe for the ice cream sundae is being sold. And I got some bonus friendship points with the villagers by throwing a gold star artichoke into the soup. I return to the Badlands right after the festival, where I have enough time to find the diamond scorpion. I do not have enough time to defeat the diamond scorpion though. I go back to the Highlands on day 152 and defeat the golden slime again. You see, I need to get one of each legendary item to give to Marlin, but I also have to put all 3 of them into the shipping bin, which means I need to defeat all 3 of them twice. I want to give a personal shout out to the purple mushroom crab. That enemy appeared so quickly. It was very kind to me. The second mega purple mushroom has been acquired. I find the diamond scorpion in the Badlands and I actually defeat it this time. It drops the magic lamp. My game froze at the worst possible time too, literally right as I defeated the diamond scorpion. I was very worried that the game was going to crash here, but it was fine, so that was lucky. I give all 3 items to Marlin, completing that mission. Isaac is knocking on my door on day 153. There is a reward waiting for me at the outpost in the Badlands. I spend some time fishing down in the forest to clean up the remaining fish I have to get in this area. Flowers have begun growing in the magic area. No sign of a fox bloom though, so I'll keep an eye out for that one. As for the reward that was waiting for me in the Badlands, there are 2 of them. First, we have a heavy shield. It gives me 35 defense when I'm holding it. The second is the monster splitter. It does between 850 and 1000 damage. Right, first things first. How about we enchant this weapon with 3 emeralds? I buy armor elixirs from Alicia and I take the new weapon for a spin. It's very good. I'm able to defeat the diamond scorpion in very little time thanks to this new weapon. The wolf snapper has been caught on day 154. This is the second legendary fish included in the Stardew Valley expanded mod. The first was the turret fish over on the Fable Reef. The final cutscene involving Sophia has arrived. We see her walking through town looking the happiest she has ever been. You know, I don't know what makes me happier. Knowing that Scarlet will become an official villager tomorrow, or seeing somebody heal from things they don't really talk about. Yeah, no, it's the second one, for sure. Speaking of things that make me happy, I have caught one of the 3 legendary fish in Ridgeside Village, the waterfall snakehead. As we begin day 155, I think it's time to condense the remaining days of summer down into one segment. The following things happened during day 155 through 168. I collect forage in Ridgeside to prepare for Pika's order. Scarlet tells me she's going to be visiting the town a lot more often. Annetta wants me to get 5 different items. An item with the essence of the sea, a delightful harvest medley, an item with the essence of nature, an item which shows I've mastered the art of bread, and a sweet symphony. It took a bit of trial and error, but I was eventually able to complete her order. Krobus gives me a star drop for reaching 12.5 hearts of friendship with him, and I go searching for any new areas in Cape Stardew, or anything that I may have missed. I'm specifically looking for 2 items, the gold pocket watch and the legacy aged rum. Both of them are required for the shipping collection, but I have no idea where to find them. Pika has finally given me the exotic ingredients special order. That is a relief. I received the recipe for the Highland blueberry pie, and we're actually closing in on unlocking all of the recipes. And that is it for summer. So let's move on to fall, where I'm going to do the exact same thing. Day 169 through day 196 are spent doing the following things. Collecting forage in Ridgeside Village and accepting an order from Dr. Aguiar. He wants 30 geodes, and that's it. Yeah, this is a very handy quest, but that isn't why I accepted it. The reward is the crafting recipe for the Ridgeside Village Warp Totem, which I need. More foraging takes place. I make all of the most recent cooking recipes that I've unlocked, and I have an interesting conversation with Kamala over on Shearwater Bridge. She uses her magic to add a new fish to the water here, but that is a story for the future. I buy 30 geodes from Clinton and deliver them to Dr. Aguiar. Order complete. Many flowers have appeared in the magic area thing in Ridgeside Village. I don't know I don't know what to call this area. I'm going to keep calling it the magic area. One of them is a fox bloom. That just saved me from spending countless months in-game searching for it up in the Ridgeside Village forest. That is such a relief. A third fruit tree sapling is being sold by 1. I utilize the tried and true tactic of using a treasure totem to create artifact spots. Within a minute or so, I have all of the tickets I need. The third and final fruit tree sapling has been purchased. I catch the kitty fish at Shearwater Bridge. This is the fish Kamala added to the water here. To round off the fishing expedition, I catch the sockeye salmon. The third and final legendary fish in the Ridgeside Village mod has been caught. It is also the very last fish I had to get. I received 2 wonderful items in the mail. The crafting recipe for the Ridgeside Warp Totem and the 7th Star Drop. Things get even better when I find a golden goose egg in my coop. I go foraging in Mineral Town, receive a cooking recipe from Scarlet, and check out the improvements Apples made to their home. It looks sensational, Apples, well done. Pika has an order for me. I've done a lot of prep work for this one, as always, so this is going to be a walk in the park. You know what they say when it comes to prep work, right? Fail to prepare, prepare to fail. I don't want to fail. That would be very sad. I sell the last of my Georgia berry starters, officially saying goodbye to this wonderful, wonderful crop. Just in time too, because I can take the money I got from them and use it to buy 4,000 star tokens at the Stardew Valley Fair. I trade them for a prize ticket and the cooking recipe for the prismatic pop. Then, the single best discovery in this entire playthrough happens. I find a secret area in Cape Stardew. I took a right past the entrance to the cave, walked up a bit, and was brought to a little area. I then went left and found a hidden cave. At first, it didn't look like there was much inside here, but then I spotted a boulder. So I broke that and went down a newly revealed pathway. I noticed not just one chest, but 2 of them. I open the first and get the gold pocket watch. Nice. I find a weapon in the second chest. Beside the chest lies a note. What voice did I use for this character? February 3rd, 1800 and something. I return to this cavern where past and present collide. An eerie presence lingers here, stirring memories of the choices I've made. The name Captain Siren carries the weight of me past. Can redemption be found? But the sea calls, and I must sail once more. Signed, Captain Siren. My voice is already sore. That might have been a mistake to keep doing that voice, but anyway, we'll move on. I break open a crate and find legacy aged rum. That and the gold pocket watch are going right into the shipping bin. And so we move on to winter. The following happened during day 197 through day 224. Susan sends me the cooking recipe for the gingerbread man, and Pika has given me the exotic ingredients special order. I head over to the cliff cave thing in the southwest of Cape Stardew. I knew beach strawberries spawn here, but what I didn't know is that frozen beach strawberries spawn here during winter, which just so happens to be the last item I need from the Cape Stardew mod, in terms of the shipping collection, that is. I collect the remainder of the forage items I need in Mineral Town for the shipping collection, and I donate everything needed for the bundle in Joja Mart. A theater will open up here tomorrow. I visit the henchman and have a lovely conversation with him. He teaches me how to make a marsh tonic. I craft it and discover that that was the final item I had to make. Let's take a look at the perfection tracker, shall we? I have to ship one more item, cook 2 more dishes, and max out 1 more friendship. I can use the Look Up Anything mod to find out the name of the item I have to ship. It is called the Zinnia. I mean, that has to come from the Adventurers Guild Expanded mod, right? There is no way it comes from anywhere else. I assume Zinnia is going to be the one who gives it to me, but we'll find out. The 2 dishes I have to make are the glazed pear and the harvest apple pie. The glazed pear won't be an issue. It's associated with the 1 friendship that I have left. A new villager is going to come to town during spring of year 3, and I can get that recipe by reaching 3 hearts of friendship with that person. Now, the apple pie, however, is a problem. You're supposed to get it from Aja. She's a villager from the Mineral Town mod. She did send me the letter which contains the recipe. The problem is, the letter didn't contain the recipe. I read the letter where she explicitly says that she's sending me the recipe in the letter, and it just didn't unlock. I don't think I can fix this. At least, I can't fix it in a way that will result in me unlocking the recipe and be able to cook the dish. What I can do is I can use a handy little mod to work around the issue. And yeah, that's it. We have done 99% of the things there is to do in every single mod I have installed. All that remains is to get the Zinnia flour, max out 1 friendship, and cook 1 more dish. In order to prepare for the last villager, I focus heavily on completing jobs during winter. I want to get as many prize tickets as possible so I can get 2, maybe even 3 Star Drop teas before they arrive. And that is exactly what I did. The result of that is me beginning day 225, aka the first day of spring in year 3, with 14 tickets. Oh, make that 15, lovely. I trade them all in, earning a delicious 2 Star Drop teas. Once again, I'm gonna condense the remaining days down into a 1 single segment. Here is everything that happened from day 225 through day... Actually, no, I'm not going to spoil what day we finish on. Zinnia has sent me the Zinnia flower. Alright, that was easy, thank you. The wizard tells me that the Ministry of Magic has assigned a new pupil to him. Their name is Morgan, and they will be arriving tomorrow. Splendiferous. I buy 14 movie tickets before introducing myself to Morgan. I give them an Iridium quality Uva Ursi, 2 Star Drop teas, and an invitation to the newly built theater. Before I even leave the Wizard's Tower, I've got close to 3 hearts of friendship with Morgan. Then I reach 3 hearts of friendship with them after watching a movie with them and buying them a snack that they love. The cooking recipe for the glazed pear has been unlocked. I cook the dish, leaving me with just Morgan's friendship to work on. I continue giving crystals to Morgan and inviting them to the cinema. On the first day of summer in year 3, aka day 253, I have reached maximum friendship with Morgan. All I have to do to achieve 100% completion is cook a dish that I literally cannot unlock. Thankfully, I can use a mod called Perfection Tweaker to save the playthrough. It lets me change what I need to do in order to achieve perfection. Everything else has been left at the correct value. All I did was decrease the amount of dishes I have to cook by 1. And so on day 254, we have achieved 100% completion in super modded Stardew Valley. I head up to the summit on day 255 to say goodbye to this wonderful adventure that we've been on. Before I started the playthrough, I really did think I had found a perfect balance of expansion mods and mods that would help me out a little bit or speed things up a tiny bit. And they did help me out, and they did speed things up just a lot more than I thought they would. I didn't think I would be finished in 255 days. I really didn't. I was expecting to reach at least 300 if not 400 days. But, you know, we live and we learn. I think the biggest benefit of using all of these mods is I never felt bored or stressed out. The overall vibe, I guess you would say, felt pretty relaxed all the time. And there was something to do on pretty much a daily basis. Now, let's talk about the expansion mods. I want to get 2 of them out of the way right off the bat. Stardew Valley Expanded and Ridgeside Village. 10 out of 10. They are very fun to play through and they add a lot of new content to the game. I would highly recommend doing a playthrough with them installed, whether it's one or the other or even both at the same time. Adventurers Guild Expanded. This one surprised me. I thought there would be more of a focus on combat, though I did choose Zinnia's storyline, which seems to be the pacifist way of doing it, I suppose. I assume Gabriel's storyline would have focused more on combat. Make no mistake about it though, I love this mod. I thought the story about the history of slimes and their relationship with humans from the beginning up until now was very well done. Silly, Gabriel, Zinnia, and Gabriel are all fantastic characters, very three-dimensional, which is good. It's one thing to make a character that's basically perfect from the beginning, but it's another thing entirely to make a more complex character. Especially a character like Gabriel, where he does and says things at the beginning that make you think, yeah, I'm not fond of this person at all. But then you learn more about them and suddenly things begin to make a lot more sense. That isn't me trying to excuse the way he treated Zinnia at the beginning, by the way. There is no justifying that. What I am saying is that I love the character development of Gabriel. And Daniel too. He was very similar to Gabriel in the way he spoke to Zinnia. But then you learn what happened to Daisy and you can understand why they're protective of Zinnia. But at the same time, you're hoping that they learn to give Zinnia more freedom and to allow her to explore the world and become the person that she wants to be. And they did, which makes for a satisfying conclusion to those 2 character arcs in my opinion. Oh, and Zinnia and Silly, they were my favorite part of the mod by far. They are 2 wonderful characters. Return to Mineral Town. So, there were only a few cutscenes, you couldn't go into the mines, and there wasn't like a big overall storyline. I've thought about it quite a bit, and at this point I'm of the opinion that yeah, all of those things would have been fun, but the mod doesn't need them. Mineral Town, at least the way I see it, isn't trying to be this massive expansion mod like Stardew Valley Expanded or Ridgeside Village. Well, that's not what it's trying to be right now, but that could change with future updates, who knows. The things it does do, it does them very well. Besides that one cooking recipe that I wasn't able to unlock, but you know, it happens, it's okay. I had fun exploring the town of Mineral, and that's coming from someone who never played a Harvest Moon game. The forage items weren't difficult to find, the fish weren't infuriating to catch, and the characters had substance to them. They show their personalities through dialogue boxes rather than through cutscenes. I enjoyed it. I did. And finally we have Cape Stardew. I don't know what to say about this mod. It just like, it was missing something, you know? It was missing being part of every single playthrough of Stardew Valley I have ever done or will do in the future because I love this mod. This mod is amazing. It just works I could ramble for an hour about Aneta and Jelly and the caverns and the ability to go swimming and the weapons and the rings, and I might, but I won't. Before I made this video, the Stardew Valley Druid mod was my favorite expansion mod. I'm putting Cape Stardew right up there beside it. I might even do a playthrough in the future where I just use the Cape Stardew mod by itself. Maybe. That just about covers everything I wanted to say, so I think it's time to wrap this playthrough up. I want to give a big thank you to everybody who made all of the mods I used in this video. It was a pleasure to play through the game with them, it really was, so thank you. I will have links to all of the mods down below in the description, so if you saw a mod or multiple mods you're interested in, by all means, give them a go. If you've made it to the end, thank you so much for sticking with me. I know this was a long video. I hope you enjoyed it. Have a good one.